Matikan apanya ya? Nyala ya.
Oh, telur kah?
Berlindung dari polusi. Ini basic sama basic. Tadi belum lipat. Benar.
Ya.
Ada kayak gini.
Lipat lagi.
Bukan. Betul. Sama seperti kamu, atau untuk cepat kelingan.
Sekolah sendiri. Orang aku udah di mana-mana, langsung jalan.
I don't know if you need to do that much time between you and me. It's a little.
Iya, kamu tidak di mana Pisawan kayak gimana kan no pantai kayak pantai lalu
Oke, bingung. Aku mau sempat begitu banyak nih. Ini kok ibu malah ngite nih. Wah, aku mau dalam apa? Itu iki lho pi kok ngono makan. Saya main kali. Tapi wis anak ini. Saya kan main, mbak nanti waktu tidak benar orang itu.
Tes, halo.
Halo.
Halo. Hello.
Jum, kirain teh bukan Kang Jamal, dan naros-naros jam.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say welcome to our speakers.
Jum, kirain teh bukan Kang Jamal, dan naros-naros jam.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say welcome to our speakers.
Jum, kirain teh bukan Kang Jamal, dan naros-naros jam.
Telat atau gimana? Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say welcome to our speakers.
Jum, kirain teh bukan Kang Jamal, dan naros-naros jam.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say test. We'd like to say welcome to our speakers for today's webinar. Dr. Joseph Seram Akbenyega. Good morning, sir.
Maaf Pak, itu ada apa? Pesan chat dari Joseph Abenyega. Ada masalah internet issue, no sound.
Oh, oke. Terima kasih infonya. I am having internet issues, so please I cannot hear anything. I'm using my phone as the home internet is down. Could you shift my session to last, please? Oh, oke.
Ada IJ. Enggak, aku pakai akun IJ, goblok.
And we'd like to say welcome to the our Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Mr. Hermandra.
Enggak.
Ya memang gubernur juga baca, presiden.
Kemarin kan begitu juga kulit UNS.
Tinggal aja nanti, sorry.
Dia bilang di opsi pertama Kak Deci.
Kalau panas makanya langsung membesar gitu. Kalau ngapa-ngapain itu kalau bukan.
Okay, so hello everyone. So again, one more time, I would like to say welcome to welcome to our Dean, Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Hermandra MA. He is next to me. Okay, and I'm let me introduce myself. My name is Zaldi Harpal. I'm one of the moderators today with my colleague here on my left, Mrs. Yeni Sofia. And I'd like to welcome our speakers for today.
Good morning.
Wonderful speakers.
Wonderful speaker.
Good morning, Dr. Joseph Seram Akbenyega.
Halo Joseph.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello
now
from Abu
okay.
Dhabi.
Connection is okay now, Mr. Joseph.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, it sounds okay. So you are ready to be the first presenter for today, I guess.
Yes, first my internet was moving up and down, but now it is stable. So I hope it stays on. So I'll be the first speaker. So yeah.
Okay, we can look for the first plan.
Yeah, such a good news. And we'd like to also welcome our second speaker for today, Dr.
Dr.
Keiko.
Kiko Ikegami. She come from University of Saint Joseph, Macau. Good morning from Pekanbaru, Kiko Ikegami.
Hello, hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning. Okay, and the third presenter today is Lara Fridani. Good morning, Dr. Lara Fridani. How are you today? Are you okay?
Good morning, great. Alhamdulillah. Hi, Joseph and Kiko. Joseph is my supervisor and Kiko is one of my best friends. Nice to meet
Good.
you here.
Nice to meet you too.
So it's a reunion for our speakers today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, sounds good. The fourth speaker is Ria Novianti, which is our head of Department of Science of Education in Faculty Teachers Training and Education, University of Riau. Good morning, Ria Novianti.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay. So we have start again, Zaldi.
Sure.
Sure.
Everyone is ready to start?
Yes.
Yes, you can give your thumbs up if you are ready to start. Thumbs up. You can, yeah. So see how many people are ready.
How many people?
Yes, everyone is ready.
Okay. Okay, we have to start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Pekanbaru, Riau, Indonesia. Welcome to our international webinar organized by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Riau, Indonesia. My name is Shani Salvia. I am one of the moderators alongside my colleague, Zardi Halfar. Both of us will guide the progression of this event. I'm pleased to present the programs of the events. There will be a presentation of materials from 4 keynote speakers. It's focusing on one specific topic concerning school readiness and children's well-being during the pandemic. Every session is followed by Q&A session. If you would like to ask question, please type it on the chat box on Zoom and in the comment section if you watch from YouTube. We will choose the question for each of the speakers. Don't forget to write your name, question, for the country you are from, and the question you wish to ask to us. There are, by the way, we have 5 souvenirs. We have 5 souvenirs from our sponsor, Pranada Palbisers. There are 5 books, and moderators Yeni and Zaldi will choose one of the question today from the participants. Okay. Our next program is the opening speech from the Vice Dean of Students Affairs, Dr. Hermandra MA. Please, Mr. Hermandra, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Good morning.
Esteemed participant of this international webinar on school readiness and student well-being during pandemic COVID-19. Hosted by the Faculty of Education, Universitas Riau, Indonesia. I would like to extend my welcome to you all in this event which might expand our horizon and serve as an opportunity to readers enhance our knowledge about early childhood education. I also would like to thank all the keynote speakers, Associate Professor Joseph Sairam Akben Yega, Emirates College for Advanced Education, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Assistant Professor Dr. Ki Iko Ikegami, University of Saint Joseph, Macau, SER. Lara Fri Dani PhD, Senior Lecturer at Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia. Ria Novianti, MPD, Senior Lecturer at Universitas Riau, Indonesia, who have taken their time out to share the fruitful idea. Distinguished guests, keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that this webinar will develop awareness of what is essentially required to promote well-being of children. Besides, it's hoped that through this event marks exchange of idea and discussion on effective practices in nurturing and educating children emerging. As I'm sure that we have been aware of the past year or so, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a drastic transformation impact on every our life, including in educational sector. Suddenly, we were forced to adopt learning practices that at first glance were not particularly foreign, but certainly a thing we were not accustomed to. Although we have been making adjustments and are continually doing so, we clearly need to come up with practices that can ensure impartition of education to children in early childhood education. This webinar is the PO designed to achieve such goal. We all want to have the children knowledge and value are transmitted smoothly and the process of learning will still ensure that the student will being still taken care of despite the change in the way education is conducted. It is with great pleasure that our panel, the speakers today, are highly inspiring and capable experts in their respective field of expertise. I'm absolutely confident that we will gain a lot of benefit from this speaker upon completion of this event. Finally, on behalf of the Faculty of Education, Universitas Riau, I officially open this webinar. May Allah the Almighty bestows His favor on us and this event will be running well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opening speech, Dr. Hermanda MA. Now we are going to commence our webinar. The next session is our first keynote speaker, Associate Professor Joseph Sheram Akbinyega. He comes from Abu Dhabi. Good morning, Mr. Joseph.
Good morning.
Hi. This session will be guided by Zaldi Harfal. Please, Zaldi, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Yeni, my fellow moderator for today. For participants who have just joined this webinar, I'd like to say welcome welcome to our webinar, and let me introduce myself again. My name is Zaldi Harfal as one of the moderators for today, and I will help the first presentation for today. I'll be responsible for the first presentation. I'd like to welcome Associate Professor Joseph Seiram Akbenyega from Emirates College for Advanced Education Abu Dhabi. Hello, sir. Joseph.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. So before we start to listen to the presentation from Mr. Joseph, I'd like to tell you a bit about. I'd like to tell you a bit information about Mr. Joseph. Dr. Joseph Seiram Akbenyega is an associate professor in the Counseling, Special Education, and Neuroscience Division at Emirates College for Advanced Education, or ECAE. He is currently the research chair at ECAE. Dr. Akbenyega is a certified teacher educator with more than 25 years of experience. He started his career as an elementary school teacher in 1990. He obtained his professional doctorate at education doctorate from Monash University in Melbourne, Australia in 2005. Prior to joining ECAE, Dr. Akbenyega worked at University of Ghana from 2006 until 2007, and at Monash University from 2008 up to 2020. He was the director of graduate research education and chair of examiners, graduate research education from 2017 until 2020. The focus of his research is the psychological and sociological understandings of education and inequality among children and youth. Dr. Akbenyega has international research networking with several universities, including Mahidol University, Thailand, Monash University, Australia, University of Ghana, University of Cape Town, University of Cape Coast, Ghana, Millersville University, PA, USA, and State University of Jakarta. He has published widely in his field of expertise. So, Dr. Joseph Seiram Akbenyega, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me share my screen quickly. Okay, I hope all of you can see the slide. So good morning. It is a good opportunity for me to be on this platform. And because of time, I will go straight to the topic given to me this morning. School readiness for early year students during the pandemic and their well-being. So I will go through the introduction. So first talk about school readiness, what should be the focus, and issues presented by COVID-19 for families and children, and then opportunities for learning at home, then conclusion. So this is the rundown of the presentation. So first of all, we need to understand what actually is school readiness, because the understanding of school readiness will help us to know what we should be doing as parents and teachers during the pandemic. So school readiness is not about just lining up in a straight line in a school setting. Also, we cannot talk about school readiness as counting numbers alone. And it is not about alphabets alone, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, up to Z. It is not also to sit on the mat for a long period of time. So, but if you look at the traditional focus of school readiness, this is what many people do, but school readiness is not about this. So what is actually school readiness? So when we talk about school readiness, we are talking about ready schools. That is schools that are ready, and then ready families. And can everybody mute your mic, please, so that there is no interfering of noises. It appears there are noises coming from some children in the background and families, so please mute your mics. So school readiness is about ready schools and then ready families. And also it is about ready early childhood services and ready communities and ready children. So we will see what this actually means. So ready children are children who engage in learning and development that contributes to their enthusiasm, motivation, and ability to learn. So when we talk about a child that is ready for school, it is a child that actually engages in a form of engagement or motivation to explore their environment. Then also, ready children develop positive relationships from their family, preschool, or the community. And later on, you will see the opportunities that is offered by COVID. Then also, we need to understand ready children as children who develop dispositions for learning, such as problem solving. So the children who are ready for school are children who love learning. And they are children who can persist and help to stay focused on tasks. These are children that we call they are ready for school. Then let's move on to what ready schools are. So ready schools are flexible. That is, no matter whether it is COVID time when children have to learn online, the schools provide flexible approach to learning. So every school that is ready for children actually ensure flexibility in their practices. Then ready schools are also adaptable and responsive to children's well-being. That is, they take children's learning into focus and respond to their well-being. When we talk about ready schools too, they provide support or specialist staff to children. For example, during the COVID period, when many children are stressed. So ready school provide flexibility, adaptability, and they are responsive to children's well-being and their learning dispositions. Now, what should be the focus of school readiness? You know, there are so many things that we need to focus on, but there are some important aspects that we have to focus on during the pandemic to ensure school readiness children or children in childcare kindergarten are ready for school and their well-being is ensured. So the focus should not be on reading, writing, and arithmetic alone. But what should be the focus? The focus during the pandemic and beyond the pandemic should be on confidence. So that is helping children to develop confidence in themselves. And when they develop confidence in themselves, then they are able to withstand the stress of family, and then they are also able to withstand the stress of COVID. The next aspect to focus on during the pandemic is creativity. And the family situation offer opportunity for children to engage in creative abilities. And I will show you some of these opportunities later on. Children also need to engage in curiosity during COVID, to ask questions, to help them explore their natural environment. COVID also offered opportunity for us to focus on cooperation, children cooperation with adults within the community and within their family situations or family settings. Then the next focus during the pandemic is commitment of families to their children. And one of the important areas is communication. Communication is crucial for children developing dispositions that are ready for school. And the COVID period offers that opportunity for us to engage more with children during communication. And I will show you what we can do to enhance these communication skills to reduce stress and improve children's well-being. Another area is to focus on improvisation for children, substituting the family for school. For example, during the pandemic, many children don't go to school, they stay at home. So the home environment can be improvised as a school setting to help children to develop those dispositions that are ready for school. Then the family also offers another important investigative environment for children to explore the dynamics of interactions within their setting. The COVID period also helped us to refocus our attention on imagination. So these are the core areas that we should be focusing on to improve children's well-being during the pandemic as well as their school readiness. So let's now look at an important aspect that helps children to become. Let's look at other areas that are really important, which is self-regulation. Self-regulation is important. Why? Why is it important during the pandemic? Self-regulation enables children to withstand the trauma imposed by COVID-19 pandemic. And I will share some of the traumatic situations that parents encounter during this COVID that shift the stress onto the children. But when we develop children's self-regulation skills, they are able to withstand and use strategies to manage their emotions, because the COVID-19 is loaded with a lot of emotional trauma for families and children. And this emotional trauma actually dissipates children's energy, and it also causes stress for children. So what are some of these issues caused by the pandemic for families? When the pandemic started, some parents are essential workers. Okay, some are doctors, some are nurses, and some are frontline workers. And because they are frontline workers or essential workers, they don't have time for their children, or sometimes they are isolated from their children. And because of this isolation, children develop stress in their family because the parents are separated from their children because they are essential workers. Some parents also have decreased working hours And because of the pandemic, employers don't give them full-time job. And those parents who have decreased hours mean decreased money income. And because of decreased income, they become stressed. And the stress goes to the children. And this also affects their well-being. Then prolonged leave. Some parents have been asked to go on prolonged leave. And when they are during the prolonged leave, they don't enjoy any salary. And because of that, it causes stress which spills to the children. Then there is a lot of loss of job. Some parents lost their job, but they have to look after their children. And this also causes problem for feeding, malnourishment, and other issues for children, which also affect children's cognitive development. Then there is increase in family and domestic violence, because some parents who do not, their husband often are now staying together at home. And this causes a lot of increase in domestic violence, which consequently affect children and also their well-being. But then there is an opportunity that COVID actually impose or give us, which we can utilize. Another issue that affects children's school readiness during the pandemic is many parents are trying to care for their little ones and supervise older children. So older children are in the household, but then they are being affected by how they look after the older one at the same time trying to look after the younger ones. Some are juggling babies and toddlers as well as supporting their kindergarten child online learning. And many parents are worried that their child attending school next year will not be ready for school. Also, many parents have little knowledge about technology to support their children. And so when schools or kindergarten are using online learning, some parents are frustrated in helping their children go through online learning successfully. So these are the secondary issues imposed by COVID. But we have an opportunity, great opportunity that we can utilize during the pandemic to increase children's school readiness and also their well-being. So the most important foundation for children's health development is play. And the benefit of play can be carried over into adulthood. So play must be meaningful to the child. So during the pandemic, one of the most important things we can do is play. And play must be voluntary to the child's choice, and play must have its own reward. That is intrinsic reward for the child. Play must also be open-ended and procedural rather than product focusing on, oh, this is not the right way to play, this is the wrong way to play. And play must also be imaginative to help children go through the pandemic. Also, play must involve actions. For example, a mom cooking in the kitchen can invite the children around during the cooking time, and that time become an opportunity during COVID to teach the children skills of cooking through play. So let's look at how we can use play to engage during the COVID period. So play allows children to express their own personality, and also it helps them to increase their imagination and conceptual development. So during the COVID period, children have all this opportunity at home to play with their parents, to interact with other siblings, and to have supervision from parents because parents are staying at home more and more. So play contributes to children's brain development. And we cannot do without play during the COVID period. So play is essential for cognitive, physical, social, and emotional well-being for children. And not the least, play provide multiple modes of communication. So during play, children can communicate using music, movement, dance, storytelling, visual art, media, drama, etc., and also do some reading during play. So what does the COVID period actually offers us? The COVID period offers great opportunity. Many people will see it as a pandemic, but for children, it offers great opportunity if we know how to utilize it. So we can use the COVID period to develop children's identity. So how to relate well to others. You see, so during the family, we can teach children in the family household how to relate to one another, how to relate with their friends and community people, how to recognize children's feeling. So it offers us that opportunity. Then the COVID also offers us opportunity to develop children's independent skills at home and how to concentrate for a period of time. So that is the number one that we can do for children. Let's look at an interesting research. There is an interesting research that was carried out in China recently. And this research was carried on young children, kindergarten children, pertaining to online learning. And 3,275 parents were involved in this research during the lockdown, and 92%, which is almost all the parents reported their children had online learning experience during the pandemic. Then, but 84.6% spent than a half an hour each time. But the interesting thing about this research is that the parents generally had negative beliefs about the values and benefits of online learning, and they prefer traditional learning in early childhood settings. And this is quite disappointing. This is disappointing because online learning is not too much different from face-to-face learning. The only difference is that we are not physically interacting with one another, but online learning offers rich opportunities for children, just like face-to-face learning during the pandemic. So the parent resists online learning. They don't like online learning at all. This is what the research says. And the shortcoming of online learning for parents is that many of them don't know how to guide their children through online learning. And also, parents believe that online learning can affect their children's self-regulation skills. But the most important thing we need to note is
the most important point.
So this is parent inability to understand online learning and how to guide children's online learning. So let's look at how we can develop children's confidence then. So during the pandemic, a lot of children lost confidence. They lost confidence in the world because they're not going to school. But we can develop children's confidence through social interaction, helping them in family to interact with mom and dad. Then we can also help them to make sense of how to seek assistance. We can teach them how they can ask for help when they are in trouble. We can also help them to initiate and contribute to activities like baking in the house, cooking, sweeping, cleaning. All these skills are needed for school readiness. Okay, and we can also help children to persevere on tasks by guiding them of when they encounter difficult situation, the family actually propose or provide this platform for children to engage. Also, we can focus on helping children to remember activities that they've done previously. Then other aspects that the COVID offers is forming friendship at home, which is also important for their well-being. Then understanding other children's rights can be taught at home. And managing their frustration during the COVID period is another thing that the home environment offers us. And children can be guided to understand the rules and able to take turns in the family. All this can be supported by parents and how they can respect the environment. So I will conclude very soon. In about the next 5 minutes, I will conclude. But let us look at other areas we can help children. The COVID period offered opportunity for parents and children and their siblings to express themselves together, guiding them to follow instruction, using appropriate language, and developing the ability to sort out things, categorize things, compare things at home. There are many tools and resources at home that can be utilized to make children ready for school. And when we engage with them more, then they have opportunity to develop their well-being. So another opportunity to help children develop their well-being during the COVID period is building their emotional and physical well-being, to build their self-regulation skills so that they are able to control their own emotions. We also need to build on their resilience skill because the COVID is still lingering. So children need to develop resilience, and this can be inculcated into children through family interaction. We also need to support them at home to develop skills of personal hygiene and care. So learning does not take place only in the classroom. So COVID shifts the responsibility more to parental engagement. We can also help them to build trust. So what else can we do during the COVID period? We need to play, and play some more. We have to play more and more with children at home, because since parents are at home more of the time, they need to play more with their children. And through playing with tools, cooking, playing in the kitchen with cooking and other things, interaction, communication, they develop the dispositions that are ready for, make them ready for school. We also have to encourage them to an open-ended play, like playing in the sandpit, playing with water, dressing up, songs, dancing, climbing trees, drawing, painting, pasting, and playing with blocks. They can play, we play dolls and cubbies at home. We need to set up a table in our homes and add resources to these areas so that children can play more. We need to encourage them to do a lot of physical activity at home, not only to sit with the computer, and we need to engage them in puzzles and games. We need to help them to sing songs and rhymes and read a lot of books and tell a lot of stories. It is through these activities that we can be successful. In conclusion, what more can we do? There is something more we can do. Let us help children at home to cook and follow recipes. They can use this with Play-Doh, pizza, cakes, and so forth and so on. Number two, let us help children to walk around the local community, the neighborhood, in the playground, in the neighborhood, the parks, the garden. Let them walk in the forest. Let them walk in the bush with parents. And when they do this, their well-being become increased and they learn more from the environment. Children learn more from the environment than sitting in the classroom. So we need to talk about a numbering letterbox, houses, flowers, animals in the neighborhood and in the bush and in the environment. Number 3, we need to encourage discussion about school. So when we continue to discuss with them, then children will not forget school. Although they are not going to school face to face, we can encourage discussion about school. Number 4, we also need to encourage independence and self-help skills, such as tying shoelaces, putting clothes away, organizing their clothes and activities. The next one is we need to encourage children to set the table and then ask them, how many people are at the table? How many plates of mats are needed? How many cups do we need? Then we need to have conversations around the dinner table and allow the child to answer. So the dinner table, when the family gathers together, become a very important, very, very important environment for learning. But above all, we need to remain calm. Parents need to remain calm, very, very calm. And because if we don't remain calm during the pandemic period, children can pick up on parent anxiety. So when we are too anxious, children can pick on our anxiety, and our anxiety can make them stress. But if we are happy, irrespective of what is happening to us during the pandemic, whether we lose our job, whether we have reduced hours or whatever stress we have as parents, if we overcome this anxiety and children see emotional expression of joy in our eyes, then they will also pick these positive vibes and increase their well-being and school readiness. On this note, I will stop, and then because I believe questions and interaction will make things more clearer than just me alone presenting to you. Thank you for the opportunity. And my final thought is that do not create opportunity for children to slide in their social emotional skills, okay? What I mean by that is children are very sensitive. So we shouldn't give them opportunity to develop negative tendencies or negative disposition like fear. We should help them to overcome their fears, which is one of the important aspects of emotional skill development. Thank you very much and welcome.
Iya. Main dulu.
Now over to the moderator.
So let me summarize the presentation from Mr. Joseph. So it's about let me summarize in Indonesian, Mr. Joseph, for the participants. Okay. Presentasi dari Mr. Joseph tentang kesiapan sekolah, apa yang seharusnya menjadi fokus dari school readiness ini. Yang telah disampaikan Mr. Joseph, yang seharusnya menjadi fokus adalah confidence, kepercayaan diri dari siswa, kemudian kreativitas, curiosity, keingintahuan, cooperation, kerjasama, commitment, communication, improvisation, improvisasi diri, investigation, imagination. Okay, so those soft skills. Kemudian ada beberapa isu juga yang disampaikan tentang COVID-19 issues. Kemudian bagaimana learning at home, belajar dari rumah atau biasanya disingkat sebagai BDR, ya. BDR menjadi kesempatan untuk anak-anak early childhood education, anak-anak usia dini untuk bisa memaksimalkan potensi mereka. Ya, learning at home itu ada beberapa poin tadi yang sudah kita saksikan bersama. Dan kemudian slide terakhir yang sangat menarik menurut saya, slide terakhirnya itu, maaf, kesempatan untuk meningkatkan well-being anak usia dini, yaitu untuk membangun emosi dan fisik, kemudian membangun regulate emotional responses, kemudian resilient skills, kemudian personal hygiene and care, dan yang terakhir itu untuk trust and confidence. Jadi soft skill yang penting seperti ini yang bisa dimanfaatkan dalam masa belajar dari rumah. Dan yang terakhir yang sangat menarik itu apa saja yang bisa kita lakukan, seperti memasak, kegiatan-kegiatan belajar dari rumah itu bisa juga termasuk memasak, pizza, cake, kemudian berjalan bermain di lingkungan sekitar, kemudian hal-hal lain yang bisa dimanfaatkan, yang bisa kita ambil sisi positifnya. Oke. Kemudian, so let's start the Q&A session. We have question already from Miss Isra Miyarti. Let me find it. Sorry. Let me find the question. It's somewhere here. The first question from Miss Isra. Okay, so Mr. Joseph.
Yes.
Okay, the question is Indonesian, so let me translate for you. The question from Miss Isra Miriati. One of the focus for the well-being that you have mentioned before, it's okay. The focus of the well-being is not on reading, writing, and counting skills, computing skills. So how we as teachers or educators address the demands from parents who ask about these skills. They demand these skills to be taught to their children.
All right. One of the misunderstanding of early childhood education is rote learning, when many parents think that when you sit the child down and then the child is memorizing numbers, and then writing, then they are developing skills or knowledge for the future. So one of the things we can do is to educate the parents to understand what school readiness actually means. Because without educating parents, and if parents are not educated to understand school readiness, what is important to be taught during school readiness time, they will keep asking for the children to be drilled in numbers and memorization. But one thing memorization does is, if we teach, we concentrate on numbers, reading, writing, arithmetic, these three arts, the children, when they grow up, they don't have critical thinking skills. You see, critical thinking skills is needed for children to survive in the 21st century. It is not about counting, reading like that. And if you engage children in critical thinking, they will develop number work. If you engage them in exploratory learning in the environment, they will develop mathematical skills. So the baseline is to look at the most important thing that helps children to develop their brain. So counting, writing, and those things don't help the brain to develop critically. It is when we open the children to play and interaction with the environment. So for example, when children are in the environment and they are exploring, they can be counting leaves, okay? They can be counting leaves, how many leaves, how many cups. So the counting is not like sitting down and say 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, not like that. So we need to educate parents to understand school readiness concepts. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Agbenyega. Let me help with the translation.
Ada, kamu minta duit siapa? Lah kalau mau maaf, minta duit siapa? Kalau saudaranya pergi semua?
Miss House, can you help me? Okay, okay. Let me help translate. Saya coba translate dari Sir Joseph. Jadi menurut Mr. Joseph itu sebaiknya
lalu anak cuci tangan.
Jadi
sama-sama di ember itu.
Memberitahu bahwa yang terpenting itu bukan tentang memorization, menghafal, tapi yang lebih penting untuk masa depan anak-anak tersebut adalah critical thinking skills. Jadi mungkin bisa parentsnya itu bisa dikasih tahu dengan berbagai cara. Menurut saya bisa diadakan rapat atau bisa disampaikan melalui surat. Mungkin bisa dari rapat guru dan orang tua, atau orang tua guru dengan orang tua satu persatu, atau guru dengan orang tua secara bersama-sama, seperti itu yang disampaikan oleh Sir Joseph. Bu Isra.
Terima kasih Mr. Joseph, terima kasih Pak Aikal.
Oke, Bu Isra, thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you.
Next we will have we have another question from Ainama Nafisa. Ainama Nafisa, maybe Ainama would like to speak. Okay, you can speak, please.
Okay, excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Joseph. My name is Ainama Nafisa Putri, a student of Early Childhood Education, University of Riau. Okay, I want to ask how to develop children's social interaction during pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. You can develop children's social interaction by cooking For example, if you as a mother is cooking, the mother can ask the child to come around the kitchen. So the child is asked to arrange the plates. As the child is arranging the plates in the kitchen, the child is interacting with the mother. Or you can ask the child to interact with siblings in the house. For example, if you have 2 children, the 2 children, you give them an activity at home. Okay, you wash the dishes, another person is wiping it. Is using the a wipe to wipe the plate. So they share the duty. As they wipe, another person clean it, another person is arranging it. So they are interacting and talking to one another. So they don't have to do this in school alone. They can do it at home. Another way you can do it is when they play in the park, they interact with one another, you take them to the shopping mall. When you take them to the shopping mall, you can ask them to say hello to your friend. Say hello to Papa, say hello to Mama. All those little things help them to develop their social interaction skills. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Okay, so I think it's clear because yeah, is it clear, Ainama?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Miss Ainama Nafisa Putri. We've got the last question for the first session, Mr. Joseph. So this is the last question from. Let me see. From Miss Litia. Maybe Miss Litia would like to speak, or I will translate. Maybe Miss Litia. Okay, let me help translate from Miss Litia. Good morning, Mr. Joseph. I'm Litia. The question is how we as educator and parent develop the social emotional skill while we know during the pandemic the children are not allowed to are in social distancing phase, right? So they have limited access. They have limited access to socialize with other people. It is suggested to have social distancing.
Yeah. So during the pandemic, there is social distancing, but in a family situation where you have mom, dad, and the children, there is no social distancing within a mother, father, and children in the home, unless they have COVID. So if they don't have COVID, they interact together. So during that family situation, that is the opportunity that is created for you to, instead of a mom watching television all the time, the mother spend that time interacting with the child, expressing emotions, and the way you talk to the children is how the child is developing those emotions. So if a mom in the home, you are shouting on your child, remember, your child is picking up negative emotions from you. But if you are using love and the way you talk as a parent to the children, the child is developing positive emotions from the interaction of the parents at home. So the children learn 90% of things from home than school. So our facial expression, our communication skills as parents will help the children to develop social emotional skill. We also need to teach respect. We can teach respect in the home to children by asking the siblings to respect one another. And through that, we are modeling that behavior at home that helped them to develop social emotional skill during the pandemic.
Okay, let me help with the translation, Mr. Joseph. Baik, Miss Litya. Jadi menurut Mr. Joseph, sosialisasi tersebut bukan hanya
Tunggu. Bentar.
Oh, oke. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sosial interaksi sosial bukan hanya keluar rumah, tetapi interaksi sosial yang bisa dilakukan di masa pandemi COVID-19 itu di dalam rumah bersama family members, ibu, ayah, siblings, saudara kandung, dan di dalam rumah tersebut di lingkungan keluarga, social skill yang bisa diajarkan itu contohnya teach respect. Jadi mengajarkan menghargai. Jadi bagaimana siblings sesama saudara kandung itu saling menghargai karena biasanya kan suka berkelahi itu anak-anaknya. Kemudian emotional skill yang bisa diajarkan di rumah itu misalnya bagaimana orang tua bisa sabar dan nggak teriak-teriak di rumah. Jadi emotional skill, social skill juga bisa diajarkan di dalam rumah. Jadi kita coba memaksimalkan apa yang bisa dilakukan di lingkungan keluarga. Karena lingkungan keluarga tidak seharusnya melaksanakan social atau physical distancing karena satu rumah. Oke, Miss Litya. Oke, Miss Litya mungkin sudah jelas ya. Okay, so everyone, I'd like to say sorry because Q&A session is, that's the end of our Q&A session. The 3 questions for the first session. So thank you again to Mr. Joseph Seram Abmeyega. I hope everyone enjoyed I hope everyone enjoyed this amazing presentation from Mr. Abmeyega. Now we would like to say goodbye to Mr. Abmeyega. You may stay or you may leave our webinar. Dr. Joseph.
I will stay for the second one before my time. Then it will be time for me to start work here. So I will stay for the second one. Thank you.
Okay, so before we end, okay, now this concludes our first session. Thank you very much, Dr. Joseph Seram Abmeyega. Let's give a warm applause for Dr. Joseph. Everyone from home, you can. Yeah. All right. Now we will start with the second session. Okay. Second session, we have Mrs. Kiko Ikegami. Hello, Mrs.
Hello, hi.
Hi. So thank you for waiting.
Okay.
Okay. So Mrs. Ikegami, before you start your presentation, let me give some information about you to the participants. Okay, Miss Mrs. Kiko Ikegami. Dr. Kiko Ikegami hold a Doctor of Philosophy from Monash University, Australia, with the research title Exploration of Quality Early Childhood Education, the SOCA Kindergarten Education Model. And she completed her Master of Education in special educational needs from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, United Kingdom, with the research title An Exploratory Study of the Effects of Community of Inquiry upon Children's Thinking Skills. And bachelor's degree she completed in early childhood studies or childcare from the University of Southern Queensland, Australia. She has worked as an assistant professor at University of Saint Joseph Macau from 2019 until present, and research assistant at Monash University, Australia, teaching associate at Monash University, Australia, for quite a long time. And academic teaching awards. She has received a letter of outstanding unit evaluation results in 2013, 2016, and 17. It's almost perfect score. Okay. And she has also published some academic a book chapter and published journal articles, book chapters, and peer-reviewed journal papers, also conference presentations. Okay, Miss Ikegami. Miss Ikegami.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you for waiting.
Bazan Napil.
Yes. All right. Okay. So, hello, hi. Good morning, everyone. Can I just share my PowerPoint first? Here. Okay. All right. There you go. Okay. So, can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly.
Yes, very clearly, Kiko.
Hear you. Okay, so good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to University of Riau and Jenny for inviting me to share my well-being of young children. So during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the well-being of young children is a very important topic, you know, like before Professor Joseph also talks about that as well. And this subject was basically one of my research area, which are very interesting research area during my PhD research. And it is a great honor to share this topic with you all. So can you believe that, you know, 1 year ago, you know, we all had a feeling of a sense of uncertainty and anxiety about this pandemic, right? As a result of this past year, and then we can really learn that physical distance is not always a barrier to our communication, as we really have learned to more effectively move to digital communications. So we have all learned how to use online tools And whilst maybe, these haven't been perfect, of course, like myself, but we all have tried very hard to make them work. So with these digital communication tools, so today I'm able to join you all. So hopefully next time I have an opportunity come to visit to your university.
Ini aku satu, ini webinar satunya lagi aku ada 2 webinar.
Lagi dari Riau
yang
learn how to adapt.
Siapa? Ini yang Riau kan?
Using our new skills, okay? And as I mentioned about, over the past year, basically we faced many changes. In here, I would like to introduce the 4 main changes during the past years. And such as we say induced change, and also the routine change, and also our crisis change and innovative change. So what's that mean? So induced change means basically it's a decision to implement a change. As an example, a change due to a pandemic situation. Our governments have applied many new policies and new rules to ensure the safety of people. But another change which really impact on us, which routine change, means, can we see that during the pandemic where our daily living was affected by the lockdown. Another one is a crisis change. So it's very obvious, you can see this crisis change can be seen in which very quick decisions, okay, were made by our governments throughout the pandemic. And finally, innovative change, such as the use of our new ways of learning. For example, online learning modes, you can see these changes were very fast, okay, and implement very quickly. So also some of us experience difficulties with coping and managing these changes. So there's no doubt, okay, these changes lead to a major impact on our lives caused and whereby the COVID-19 pandemic. Many families have been and are still struggling with the daily challenges of life. So the pandemic situation over the past year has really led to changes to many families. So for example, those locations that were locked down and also where people had to stay at home for long periods of time, we're talking about months and months, have clearly impacted the daily life of young children in many different ways. And also, parents who had to work from home also struggling as well. You can see these images, right? Although some of the images are quite funny, look like one of them, one of the images left, the mothers try to work and they try to tie up their little babies, their children. But you can really see these could really cause a lot of tension and stress, okay, especially when parents want to work from home. So fortunate, like in Macau, where I'm living in now, okay, so we have been very fortunate. Macau only had 48 report cases and no deaths from the COVID-19. The government really closed all the primary and secondary for about 3 months the last years, okay? Of course, for the early childhood, kindergarten, were a bit really longer. So you can imagine the children will stay at home all the time with their family members. So during that time, most students really transfer to online learning, even for the kindergartens children. So the change due to the COVID-19 daily routines, which are very important for our young children, will really, impact to situations where they were unable to go outside. They had to remind, we always remind our children, encourage our young children to wear the face masks and also frequently to wash their hands. So you can see those pictures were taken in Macau during the lockdown. So these three places are one of the very famous places in Macau. And then normally 24 hours really, really busy. But you can see during the lockdown, there is nobody in the street except myself. So when you look at that, I mentioned about all those things really create a lot of tensions and difficulties, especially with our young children. So let's have a look about those images in here. Okay, of those young children will really impact the way they did their learning. But as I mentioned earlier, as an example, for my own children, all right, they had to do online learning for around 3 months. This really increased a lot of tensions between myself and my son. So try to asking them to do their homework, almost like a daily disaster. Okay, so every day we had a lot of drama when I asked them to do their homework. So we had to share one computer while I was also trying to work from home. So maybe some of you also experienced the same like my experience during the lockdown. So there are many of factors. There are many of factors, okay, impact our families and our children. So in here, I would like to talk a little bit more about those factors. And then we can see how we can really overcome some of those factors. So for example, it was also difficult to access to healthcare. Okay, if you got the cold or if you got another illness and you're not able to go to hospital. And also our children will miss out a lot of significant life events, but not only our children, also ourselves as well. Maybe some of family, they will have their holidays and some of the birthday celebrations, etc. So not all the children had access to the educations, either in person or online. So think about it. In some of the locations, not all the families could afford a computer, right? Or even the cost of internet access, because when you do internet, you use a lot of data. Some of the family not able to afford to do that. And then as like Professor Joseph talks about, some of the parents might lose their jobs. There is really impact on them. So although some of family may provide with online learning for their children, but again, this in digital activity and also decrease in caregivers closely looking after our young children. So this may be explore them to greater digital risk. Watch or what you're going to see during their online internet. So we may not have been, sure exactly what your child was watching, right, with their device. So some young children lost a sense of security, okay, and safety, and they're not able to meet their friends, especially when they're always hearing regular exposure to the TV news about the pandemics, how many people affected, how many people, die. Indeed, some of the family in many countries have really lost their homes, their family members, or even, they even had a food insecurities. So you can see in particular for families who are already living under the poverty line, this pandemic made it more and more difficult, right? And very challenging. So many parents lost their incomes, their jobs, and you can imagine how this will impact a family. So let's go back to the previous slide. I talked about all those changes, okay? So those changes come up really suddenly. They have to spend, more time together because their routine changed. Okay, so of course, being in such very close contact for extended period of time, in some cases, has resulted in very higher stress level. Level of stress really can lead, to a more tension, maybe more arguments, and even the domestic violence, sometimes. So several reports around the world have indicated that even with the difficulty of a lockdown, many victims, because lockdown, they're not able to go to the clinic. But many victims called domestic violence hotline during the pandemic. The calls from people experiencing domestic violence in the UK is jumped 200% in the spring of 2020. Comparing to the lockdown, 100%. So there's no doubt that some families will higher risk of violence and the abuse and child neglect associated with this COVID-19 pandemic. This is really also a sense of worry of catching the illness, right? We all worry about we might catch this illness, or maybe our children will catch this illness, and a general sense of uncertainty for the future. So all of these factors really lead to an impact on the well-being of some young children. So this impact to young children is really well reflected when we refer to Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems. Okay, so here we can see, in here you can see, this diagram is how different systems impact a child's growth and even our child's well-being. So Bronfenbrenner explains a 5 concentrate system, which includes the microsystem, mesosystem, exosystem, macrosystem, and conal system. So for example, if a parent lost their job due to this pandemic, this can very quickly lead to the development of the stress, right? Or anxiety across the whole family. This can, of course, potentially create tension at home, including financially or even the mental health issues. So another one is the macro system, for example. Okay, if how this cultural environment in which the persons lives, and or other system that affect the child. Okay, I'll give you another example. Definitely the policy response to this COVID-19 by the governments, including, the lockdown, the enforced, the social distance, etc., has really influenced young children's well-being, learning, and also their development. So, one of the studies which done by Bowles, Grace, and Hayes address that, basically our children are influenced by, and also we influence and their environments and the people in them. So the people, that mean us as adults, or even the family members, the teachers, okay? So think about how this may have impact the well-being of our young children. So due to this pandemic, so our online learning is important. So we try to meeting children's our basics needs, okay, such as like our safety, our social and emotional needs must take priority as well. So one of another diagram I put it here is Maslow hierarchy of needs. this really shows that how humans have developed levels of needs. So, and each build upon the level below it. So using Maslow hierarchy of needs, the adults, us as a teacher, need to consider that the needs of our children are met during the difficult time, especially when children are isolated at home. So there's a many organizations, such as UNESCO and also the World Health Organization, and even most of governments really provide a lot of guidelines about COVID-19 and online resources to support the well-being of our young children while staying at home during the lockdown and also away from school, from our kindergarten. So some strategies for maintaining the well-being of young children during this period of time. I just list out 3 important points. The number 1 is we have to provide explanation to young children of the COVID-19 pandemic in an age-appropriate way. So for example, when we talk to our 3 years old or 4 years old young children, it was appropriate to provide very brief and simple information that try to balance our COVID-19 information, but make sure you are ensuring that us as a caregivers or teachers or parents are there to help and keep them safe, healthy, and take care of them. And also as an adult, we're able to take this as a great learning opportunity to teach and nurture our young children about good health habits and behaviors. So this is what like Professor Joseph talks about, make good use of this time to turn this difficult time become a learning opportunities, all right? So such as for this pandemic, perhaps maybe we can ask the children to frequently wash hands and also try to, suggest when they sneeze, they need to use tissues and covering their mouths and they cough, and also try to encourage them to sleeping well, to keep themselves fit, okay? So, and also try to try to maintain a daily routine based to maintain a sense of normal. So try to keep your normal routine going, as fast as we can. So establish and maintain a daily routine based to our daily life is very important. So try to keep our routine going. And also the well-being of our young children has been well discussed over the this difficult and challenging time. So the importance of our children's well-being is not only disputed, and there is a multi-dimensional perspective to what childhood well-being actually means. So in an educational context, okay, we refer to well-being as the integration of like physical, emotional, social, cognitive, health, and safety. So, and also it is widely acknowledged that a very strong, sense of well-being will establish children to engage positively and confidently with their environment, as this really impacts their overall development. So well-being can be defined as the quality of human lives. And this is the life state to enhance when people, how a person's or how that persons fulfill their personal and social goals. So this is how a person engagement in involvement in daily lives lead to positive relationships with others and show flexibility in coping with various situations. This is one of the very important points. How you coping all the sudden change in our lifetime. In here, I would like to show you some of the examples. So there are many ways to create a sense of well-being, okay? For examples, if one day I'm telling you, okay, you win the lottery, okay, you may feel extremely, extremely happy, right? Okay. And then you might think about, oh, I got that money. Maybe I can, improve my house, or maybe, I can give some money to my family members, etc. But suddenly I tell you, oh, sorry, I make the mistakes. The money is not belong to you. So what will this happen? Maybe some of you will feel very sad or even very angry. So this kind of happiness is called external happiness, meaning outside, from outside, okay? So, and can change due to the environment you are in and due to other external factors. The external factors still provide us with a sense of happiness. There is no doubt, of course, all right? But it's, if the source of these external factors, we remove it, then a sense of happiness may disappear very quickly. So now I want you to think about, so if really external factors, so what is a well-being? And what's the meaning of happiness? So I would like to stop here for 5 seconds. Have a think about it. What is well-being? And what is happiness? Okay, so you don't need to tell me the answer, but if you want to, you can type this in the chat box, okay? If you got some ideas of what you mean of a well-being and happiness. So I remember when I was visit 3 soccer kindergartens some times ago, whilst collecting my research data, I noticed that the soccer teachers talk about internal happiness. The internal happiness should not be neglected or ignored when we talk about children's well-being. Why? Because internal happiness may contribute to different areas of child development, such as our cognitive, our emotional, and our social enhancement. For example, when a child, okay, has internal happiness, they may possibly feel happier about their life. This includes education and also their social life. So a sense of happiness may help children to develop a sense of self-motivations and self-confidence. So there are 3 important components that nurture our children's happiness and well-being. So these 3 components are a sense of hope, the determination, and appreciation. Okay, appreciation, that means a sense of gratitude, okay? Not only to peoples, but also to our environment as well. We appreciate about where I live. We appreciate about, the environment we are in. So when we really, talk about hope, there are many interpretations, okay, across different time periods. So in 2010, Frogman explained that hope can create a positive goal-related motivation state through goals to achieve a higher state of life. So we can say that hope can provide our drive and our motivation to achieve a desired outcome or a sense of achievement and self-satisfactions, okay? When you talk about, before I mentioned about this internal happiness, in here, I'm not only talk about children, I also talk about adults. So remember, like Professor Joseph mentioned about, if we have a very tensions or very stress, all those stress will pass on to our children. That's why if we have an internal happiness and we have a sense of hope, those energy can pass to our children as well. So that's why we say, teachers is very important. So there's got one quote stating that changing poison into medicine. What's that mean? How do you change poison into medicine? Which means when we are facing any difficulty or even challenges, experiences, these can be looking at as opportunities to reflect on ourselves and to try to strengthen and develop our courage and compassion. Remember that. Facing difficult time, like us, all of us still facing difficulty time during now the pandemic. But how we can make this as an opportunity to look at, reflect on ourselves, how to use this as an opportunity to nurture our children, to love our environment, to care about our well, okay? So with this type of positive attitude, suffering such as I mentioned before, our COVID-19 situation, and really can serve as a like springboard, okay, jump up high for a deeper experience of happiness. So therefore, so we can say an individual overcomes difficulties and suffering in order to create this sense of internal happiness. So as I mentioned a couple of times before, when we talk about this internal happiness, it's not only about children, but also us as adults. We need to have a happy first, right? Before we look after our children. So a deep sense of internal happiness is not just on the surface, but through this understanding, we can really go deeper to create a sense of compassion, a sense of hope, a sense of appreciation for each child, particularly during a major global health crisis, such as now, COVID-19 pandemic. So now the concept of happiness, within the so-called education philosophy is a focus on how to fostering young children to have hope and determination and not to give up. So in 2010, Ikeda, one of the key person which established about the so-called schools, he argued that an important requirement for developing children with a strong personality, skills, and a positive attitude in order to face and try to overcome any difficulties or problem in their lifetime. So this includes fostering our children to have hope and determination, as I mentioned, not give up. A sense of appreciation and gratitude provides children with positive thinking and consideration for others. So the COVID-19 pandemic has really significant impact our lives. And we have realized there are some things in life that we cannot control, right? A lot of things we cannot control. During the pandemic period, many of us have been unable to see our families, our friends. This is a great time to reflect on how we think about well-being. But not only during the pandemic, but in the future. After this pandemic, what we think about well-being? I believe a sense of well-being, okay, needs to be reconsidered and reframed. So to nurture the well-being for our children to have internal happiness and not only rely on external factors or influences. Of course, sometimes it's important external, factors. So as adults and teachers, firstly, we need to be strong and fulfill our own happiness. Then we can foster young children to have hope and to be more resilient, more flexible, more compassionate, and to appreciate others, to appreciate our environment, to appreciate our situation. By doing this, I'm sure that parents and teachers play a very important role in promoting well-being. So we need to keep a positive mindset and provide assurance to our young children to be more creative, think about how we can, during this lockdown, how we can use creativities to provide some activities to support our children's learning. So for me, to conclude my speech today, I would like to share a quotation from Daisaku Ikeda from 1987. He said, "Indestructible happiness is found in the indestructible self, established with the life of an individual, which enable him or her to calmly overcome whatever difficulties he or she may face. Unwavering self requires that we actively pursue and establish in our lives the foundation of genuine happiness." So in here, I wish you all have health and happiness during the year ahead. Thank you very much. So now we can come with some Q&A sections. Thank you very much. I'm just trying to stop sharing. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Iko Ikegami, for your marvelous presentation on students' well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, let me let me summarize in Indonesian language before we go to Q&A session, question and baiklah, Bapak Ibu para peserta, presentasi dari Miss Kiko mengenai students well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ada beberapa changes, perubahan during pandemic, ada induced change, routine change, crisis change, innovative change. Kemudian Kiko juga, Miss Kiko juga menyampaikan tentang tantangan-tantangan dalam dalam pembelajaran dalam masa lockdown during the COVID-19 pandemic. Sudah kita sama-sama rasakan sekarang juga ya, Bapak Ibu, ada kehilangan dan anak-anak itu terutama merasakan kehilangan rasa aman, rasa nyaman, kemudian kondisi finansial keluarga, kondisi finansial orang tua juga menjadi tantangan bagi anak tersebut karena berdampak juga kepada kesehatan, kesiapan anak tersebut dan berbagai masalah lainnya. Kemudian Miss Kiko juga menyampaikan strategi untuk mempertahankan well-being dari anak usia dini tersebut dengan referensi dari kebutuhan hierarki Maslow. Ini sangat populer ya Bapak Ibu. Ada physiological needs, ada safety needs, ada love and belonging needs, esteem needs, dan yang paling tinggi itu self-actualization needs. Jadi bisa kita mulai dari bawah, piramid ini kan mulainya dari bawah, dari physiological needs. Jadi sebagai orang tua dan guru, pendidik, kita juga mulai sebelum mencapai tingkatan yang atas, seharusnya kita penuhi dulu yang di bawah, physiological needs, makanan, pakaian, karena finansial biasanya banyak menjadi masalah yang timbul dalam pandemi ini. Caranya untuk permasalahan ini bisa dengan menyampaikan, menjelaskan kepada anak usia dini sesuai dengan usia mereka. Jadi penjelasannya bisa dengan bahasa yang sangat sederhana untuk anak usia dini. Kemudian juga ini adalah kesempatan untuk mengajarkan anak usia dini kebiasaan-kebiasaan sehat. Karena mereka menghabiskan waktu banyak di rumah, jadi bisa mungkin dengan pola makan yang sehat, pola kehidupan yang sehat, seperti itu. Dan daily dan rutinitas lainnya yang juga dan rutinitas harian lainnya yang juga menyehatkan. Kemudian nah dari sinilah kemudian happiness, kebahagiaan yang tersebut bagi anak usia dini bisa diraih dengan mereferensi ke piramid dari Maslow hierarchy of needs tadi. Baiklah, Bapak Ibu, kita akan baiklah Bapak Ibu, kita akan mulai Q&A session. Pertanyaan pertama, Miss Kiko Ikegami will start the first question from.
Yes. So, but first of all, I would say excellent translation. You all correct. I hope. Very good.
Indonesian language.
Yeah. But before we go up to ask question, I can see one of the participants already. I know wrote down a question. Maybe can I respond this question first, and then we can come up the other one. Is it okay?
That's really fine. Yeah, you can. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, there's one very good questions which asked, how do we, communicate with parents when they know about the violence in child, and parents don't aware about the effects violence in teenagers' life. This is a very, very good question because, sometimes for me, I think when we talk to our parents, most importantly, we have to build up the relationships. Okay, so that means you have to not only one time tell the parents what to do. So first of all, we have to respect. So when you look at our power relation, not that means teachers up here or parents here, we are trying to teach and we try to have an equal understanding. So I will use the term, I will encourage you to use dialogue, okay? Through the dialogue, to try to, the dialogue, not that mean one way, okay? Not only one person talk, but the dialogue is a communication between that two persons. So when you have a dialogue, not only one time, maybe sometimes, and you can see what the situations of the family. And then through the dialogue, you try to provide whatever the family is struggling, and then you will try to communicate and explain to the parents. So without this close relationship, and sometimes this kind of communication won't work effectively. So important is dialogue and understand our parents as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kiko. So the question from is that question from Fikri?
Yes.
Yes, from Fikri.
Very good. Good
oh,
question.
Okay. So, Mr. Fikri, is that clear for you?
I think should be okay.
I think I think it's clear for Mr. Fikri. Let me translate first. Jadi yang penting menurut Ms. Kiko itu adalah dialog antara orang tua dan guru. Jadi bukan guru lebih di atas atau orang tua yang di bawah, tapi sama-sama membicarakan permasalahan yang dialami oleh siswa tersebut. Jadi dari dialog tersebut maka diharapkan nanti ada solusi-solusi yang bisa dicapai untuk permasalahan yang dialami oleh siswa. Mungkin seperti itu. Okay, next question. We have the second question we have from Devi Risma. Oh, it's in Indonesian. So let me translate.
Thank you.
Hedonic. Okay, Miss Kiko, question from Devi Risma. Based on your explanation, you mentioned about well-being with hedonic approach, using subjective that is subjective well-being, happiness and height. Eudaimonic. So the question is eudaimonic approach okay, so can eudaimonic approach be used to measure the well-being of students, young children?
Okay, sorry, can you repeat again the questions?
Okay. Can the eudaimonic approach be used to measure children's well-being?
Okay. So when you talk about well-being, okay, that is very abstract, okay? So of course, some of the researcher, they will use some of the tools to assess how the well-being can be, assessed. But for me, I think sometimes because when you talk about the, the well-being or happiness is a fluid, that means they will change during the situation or during, different kind of events, all right? So perhaps I would suggest that is how you're doing it is capture. It's look like you're taking, the how to say, taking a photo, look like that. So you try to capture the experience about the individuals, the incidents. Okay, so for me, how you measure. Okay, you ask about how to measure about the well-being. Okay, so for me, I think it's most important is like you try to collect those experience, and then we can see is it, and then if you want to, we can see is it this is related to the well-being or happiness or not. Okay, it's very subjective. The happiness is a very subjective thing. So it's hard for us sometimes to use quantitative to measure about the happiness. I'm not sure, am I able to answer your questions? If not, maybe I can give you more ideas.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kiko. I'm sorry, it's raining hard here, so I barely heard your explanation. So okay, let me help explain the answer. Translate the answer to Devi Risma.
Yeah.
Oke, menurut Miss Kiko, well-being itu sangat subjektif, tergantung persepsi masing-masing. Jadi sangat susah untuk diukur ya, untuk menentukan mana yang mau dibenarkan. Mungkin my colleague Miss Yeni Sofia would like to help.
Yes.
Bu Devi Risma, kalau di sini kan karena tadi hujan mungkin ada beberapa yang missing penjelasan dari Kiko, tapi yang tadi saya dengar menurut Kiko sendiri bahwa well-being itu sangat subjektif, jadi tergantung persepsi masing-masing ketika mendefinisikan well-being dan juga bagaimana cara mengukurnya. Kira-kira seperti itu Bu Devi Risma. Yang saya tangkap seperti itu pesan dari Kiko tadi. Mungkin karena di sini juga hujan, apa tadi kami agak missing juga ada beberapa poin yang disampaikan oleh Kiko. Secara garis besar, rasanya tadi Kiko menyampaikan bahwa memang untuk mendefinisikan atau untuk mengukur kesejahteraan itu sangat subjektif dan tergantung dari persepsi masing-masing individu. Kira-kira seperti itu Bu Devi Risma.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Bu Devi Risma. And Ms. Kiko, there is one more question for you. We have one from Lutfiatul Nisa. So let me, okay. I'm Lutfiatul Nisa. I think Lutfiatul Nisa would like to speak directly, Ms. Kiko. So let.
Good.
Okay,
thank
let's
you,
hear it.
moderator.
Nisa, hello.
Yes,
Halo
hello.
Nisa.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Kiko.
Hello.
I'm Fatu Nisa, student University of Riau. I want to ask to Mrs. Kiko, the question is, how was the children well-being in your country when the pandemic started compared to now?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So basically, recently we conduct research which see the early childhood children's during the lockdown, and then surprisingly and very surprisingly, the family basically interview the parents. So we got 19 parents have a in-depth interview. Surprisingly, most of parents feel this is a very positive time for them to able to look after their children. And then I think that's one of the reasons, which because the culture and also the government did quite a good thing. For example, the government ensure all the parents they keep their job, and then secondly also and also the parents work from home. So normally parents have to go out, but now they stay at home, so they have more time with their young children. And but apart from that, honestly, in here, majority of the family, not myself, but majority of the family, they have some helper stay with them, and then so you can see some of them they are not really, and also the government give them some money so to support them. So you can see in Macau the situations will basically turn to quite positive way. So there is one of the funding which my students and I and my team feel very surprised. Basically the impact is quite positive. The parents say that they feel this is a good time for them to have a spend, like Professor Joseph say, they have more time to spend time with the young children, instead of give it to them to the child care or give it to them to their grandparents to look after them. Thank you. Is it easy to translate this time? Oh, no need. We got.
Okay, what about?
Okay, thank you, Kiko, for the answer. I will conclude your answer to Nisa. Nisa, berdasarkan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Kiko, bahwa di sisi lain COVID-19 ini memberikan sisi positif untuk orang tua, di mana si orang tuanya itu lockdown dan dia WFH, sebagian besar waktu dihabiskan bersama anak. Sehingga memang menurut Kiko, selama pandemik ini sebetulnya orang tua memiliki waktu yang sangat banyak untuk menghabiskan quality time bersama keluarga gitu loh. Jadi banyak orang tua yang lebih memilih mengasuh anak di rumahnya ketimbang mengantar mereka ke TPA. Mungkin karena alasan juga keselamatan ataupun kesehatan. Jadi menurut Kiko tadi di negaranya beberapa orang tua memutuskan untuk lebih mengurusi beberapa orang tua lebih memilih untuk menghabiskan waktu yang banyak bersama anak-anaknya yang mengirim ke sekolah ataupun ke TPA. Kira-kira gitu ya, Lutfiatun Nisa, penjabaran dari Kiko. Silakan yang mau tambahkan Pak, kalau ada yang tambahkan Pak Zaldi.
Ya, berdasarkan informasi dari Miss Kiko, dari research yang sudah mereka lakukan di negara mereka, itu dengan 90 orang tua. Jadi dari hasil research ini menariknya mereka mendapat mengalami hal-hal positif karena orang tua merasa senang, mereka biasa harus keluar, ternyata sekarang mereka bisa menghabiskan banyak waktu di rumah bersama anak-anak mereka. Kemudian dan ini juga didukung oleh peran pemerintah karena mempertahankan pekerjaan mereka dan membantu memberikan insentif. So mereka cukup secara finansial during this pandemic. Mungkin seperti itu.
Luar biasa dukungannya berarti ya Pak Zaldi.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So it's Ms. Kiko. So it's full support from the government.
Yes, yes. Macau, we're quite fortunate because I just moved here 2 years ago. So if not, I was still in Australia. So yeah, in Macau, they and also we got a very small population as well. So we not got many people. So the government did a lot of good policies, and then really support families.
Okay, so that's in Macau. Jadi itu di Macau. Kiko, sementara Kiko sekarang di Australia. Okay. Okay, I think that concludes our presentation. Second presentation for today's webinar. Ms. Kiko, that was really great to have you as our speaker for today to present this amazing content presentation. So we'd like to say thank you. And thank you to our speaker, Ms. Kiko Ikegami.
Thank you very much. I hope next time I can able to come to your university to see you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's give it up, applause for Ms. Kiko and everyone else here. Ms. Kiko, you are pleased to stay, or you can continue to do another activity. But we'd like to say again, thank you very much for coming and joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I will stay for a while to listen. Dr. Nana, my good friends.
Okay. So thank you, and see you in another webinar. Okay, bye-bye. Everyone, I'd like to remind you that
we have
kita mau mengingatkan lagi, kita ada souvenirs, ada 5 souvenirs dari
buku ya?
5 buku
dari
Pranada Publisher yang akan kita berikan nanti kepada
partisipan yang aktif,
5
partisipan aktif, yang nanti akan kita bagikan di akhir sesi ya Pak Zaldi ya?
Ya benar sekali Bu Yani. So silahkan untuk tetap di sini.
Stay tune di webinar ini.
Ya.
2 speakers lagi. Oke.
Sesi ketiga akan dipandu will be hosted by Mrs. Yeni Sofia. Please.
Okay, thank you Zaldi. Good morning everyone. The third session is from Lara Fridani. Halo Dr. Lara.
Assalamualaikum.
Halo, good morning. Halo, Dr. Lara.
Ya.
hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you listen?
Good morning, Dr. Lara. This is the third session. It's in your time. Before Dr. Lara Fridani present her material, I would like to read her brief resume. Lara Fridani, she is a senior lecturer in United States of Jakarta. She graduated from University of Gajah Mada in 1996, and she is also graduated from Monash University in 2003, master degree, and in 2015 she graduated from doctoral degree in the same university. It is Monash University. Welcome to our webinar, Dr. Lara Fridani. She has so many publication, and I think her research interest is all about school readiness. And she also has a lot of books that publish in many publisher. And okay, Lara Fridani also taught many subjects in bachelor degree and also in master degree. She is a senior lecturer in University State of Jakarta. And this is your time, Dr. Lara. Please present your material. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say thank you again to the Dean of the Faculty of Universitas Riau, lecturers, students, all friends, moderators. Yeah, it's an honor to have this opportunity to share about this topic. I will share my presentation. Is my voice quite clear?
Yes, very clear, Lara.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. My presentation is in English. Are you sure that I will try? I will share it in English or in Indonesia or both of them. I can speak two languages. Yeah. Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay, so maybe some will be mixed. Yeah. Okay, it's a pleasure. So my topic is about school readiness in Indonesia. Before, I'd like to share that this is one part of my research. Yeah, this is one part of my research in 2011 to 2014, but it's published in 2015. So I did a research about school readiness and transition to primary school in Indonesia, which is supervised by Professor Joseph Abenyega. Yeah, and I also published one article with Miss Kiko Ikegami about a transition to school as well, related to the well-being, yeah, that has been shared by Miss Kiko before. So Bapak dan Ibu, I think Mr. Joseph and Kiko has shared a lot about the concept of school readiness and well-being, as well as happiness, yeah, and etc. So this is only some quotes from my research about school readiness. I give a survey, like a questionnaire to kindergarten teacher and primary school teachers in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia. About 315 teachers. Yeah, so I just quote some of them. They are in a group. We can see what they are saying about school readiness. See, the kindergarten teacher group say school readiness, of course, is about reading, writing, arithmetic. Because if children cannot read, cannot write, and cannot count, they will be left behind. I think this quote is quite familiar for us. Yeah. And then the other teacher, a kindergarten teacher group said, in the second semester, we increased the level of reading, writing, and mathematics skills for children as a preparation to enter primary school. Yeah, like Mr. Joseph and Ms. Kiko already shared about this, it is really related to the happiness and well-being. Yeah, if we push our students, especially in kindergarten, very hard. Yeah, so it's quite sad, but it's happening. Even until now, some research, some local research in Indonesia related to school readiness and transition, we found that the difference, the result is not significant different. So still almost the same, yeah. Other quotes, kindergarten teacher group say, we worry if our children lack these skills because it means they are not ready to do the test to enter primary school. Bapak Ibu, we already know that actually our government has already some rules, yeah, some policy that we cannot give a selection test for children entering primary school, but we cannot ignore that it's still happening, the selection, yeah, even though in the different form, yeah, but it's still happening until now, yeah, in some certain or many quite many areas in our country. And this is the last quote from primary school teacher group, yeah, the first grade teacher. We hope that children graduating from kindergarten should have reading, writing, and basic mathematical skills. See, it's also not, it's also familiar for us, yeah, about this quote. So if we see, Bapak Ibu, we see from their quotes, it's like a synergy, right? The teacher group see the importance of reading, writing, and counting skills, and also the same expectation from primary school teacher group. Yeah. Next, what about parents? What about parents' view about school readiness? And these are the quotient, yeah, quotation from the parents. Of course, children should be ready to learn. They should know letters, understand addition, and be able to do subtraction. Still the same, yeah, with the teacher, kindergarten teacher and primary school teacher perception. Other parents group, we think that children who are ready, it means that they can read, write, and count. Actually, we want to give some time for our children to play, but we have to train them to adapt with the task in primary school. See, Bapak dan Ibu, in the last quotation, yeah, from the parents group, that some of the parents actually would like to give some time for their children. They realize, they understand that somehow their children are under stress, not feeling happy, let alone feel have the well-being, yeah. But you know, parents, kindergarten teacher, and then primary school teacher have the same perspective. This makes some problems, yeah, actually, yeah, if the paradigm, their perspectives cannot be changed, or they cannot give more time for children to play or learning through play, yeah, as Mr. Joseph explained to us before. Okay, what does the research show? Joseph already explained a lot, I think, yeah, about the meaning of ready children. It's a combination, it's a collaboration, yeah. Ready schools, ready families, ready early childhood services, and ready communities. So if they collaborate each other, so we can produce, in apostrophe, a ready children. Yeah. And then also some other scholars say about children's readiness for school, school readiness for children, the capacity of families and community to provide developmental opportunities for their young children. So in here, Bapak dan Ibu, we can see a quite different perspective, yeah, from about the concept of school readiness from the perspective of our country, which is from some of Asian countries like Indonesia and Western countries. Yeah, but maybe students here, yeah, lots of students here already learn about children's development, school readiness, and we cannot ignore that we adopt a lot Western theory, yeah, which is very good, but sometimes we have to think wisely. We have to adapt it with our cultural context, yeah, educational systems, yeah, so we can find the best model, a good model, a framework for our children. And here I just want to share, this is only some scholars, yeah, who explain about the concept of school readiness, and there are many other scholars, yeah, who share the concept of school readiness. Some scholars assert that the concept of readiness is purely defined, yeah. I read in some articles that many Asian countries, or especially developing countries, sometimes in the practice they still they still view the concept of readiness, and they define it purely. For example, like they only focus on like reading, writing, and arithmetic, yeah. And also the concept of readiness, based on some scholars' perspective, is interpreted differently in different contexts. Why is that? It's due to the lack of consensus, yeah, what constitutes readiness and how to measure it. Joseph and Kiko already share about this also. And many scholars also say that there is no agreed consensus of the definition, yeah. But we can see the benang merah, Bapak dan Ibu, ya, for student, benang merah, that what we do for children is for the is to optimize, yeah, children's development and learning. We should focus on that, yeah. So collaboration between teachers, yeah, parents, yeah, family, and community will help, will support children to develop optimally, yeah. And here we cannot deny there are some issues until now, yeah, issues about the practice of school readiness, especially in our country, Indonesia. And we know, yeah, based on some research in worldwide, that there are some factors, yeah, that influence how the concept of school readiness, how the practice of school readiness sometimes different between countries, yeah. So there are some policy issues, yeah, different knowledge and beliefs, school community partnership, parental and family characteristic, cultural neighborhood, child-related factors, etc. For example, Bapak dan Ibu, we can see like policy issues in Indonesia. Actually, the government has tried very hard. Yeah, I think in the last 10 years, that they support children, especially kindergarten children, yeah, early childhood children, to learning through play. We remember the focus is playing, yeah. Mr. Joseph has already explained a lot about this, the importance of play, but we'll see in the practice in our country, yeah, many in the city, yeah, in our country or in the village, in the last semester, like 6 months before children entering primary school, the kindergarten teacher feel worried. Yeah, they are worried if their children cannot be accepted in some primary school, which is maybe labeled favorite school. Yeah, favorite in the perspective of parents. Yeah, so they push their children, or maybe they send off their children to have a course, yeah, like reading, writing, etc. Yeah, so in the practice, sometimes they cannot implement the learning through play, yeah, especially in the last 6 months before entering primary school. And it becomes more intense 3 months before entering primary school. Yeah, even though our policy, the policy Indonesia, is getting better and better, there are some dilemmas. Yeah, sometimes they're different policy, but it's getting better and better. Inshallah, last year I was involved in arranging or writing some guidance, yeah, buku pedoman, yeah, guidance for parents and teachers about school readiness in Indonesia. So hopefully in maybe inshallah in the next few months, maybe it will be published by the government, yeah, about the guidance for parents and teacher about school readiness, yeah, in Indonesia. And then also about the knowledge and beliefs, this is our challenge, Bapak dan Ibu, because there are many parents, yeah, still, or some teachers in Indonesia, they still have their perspective, their paradigm, they focus on term of cognitive, not intellectual, so like academic reading, writing, and reading, yeah, for children. Even though they know that teaching children, giving them opportunity to do some exercise, to socialize, to interact with peers, they know the importance of that. But well, sometimes I don't know whether it is about cultural, about is it about the competitiveness happening, yeah, in our society. They get worried if their children, kindergarten children, cannot read and other neighbor children can read, so they feel very worried if their children grow differently, do not have the same capacity, apostrophe, yeah, compared to other children. So parental and family characteristic is also it is also influence, yeah, how parents implement, how parents engage and prepare their children to enter a primary school, and also cultural neighborhood. This is the bridge, yeah. Para student, ya, Bapak dan Ibu, if you want to read more about school readiness in from the perspective of Australian, Sudokat and Bob Perry is one of the famous scholar, yeah, who wrote articles a lot about school readiness. It's about the bridges. You can see the picture, yeah. There are many bridges. A child, for example, they want to go to different side of that, and they can use many bridges, different bridges. Some are weak bridges, some are strong. And we know, even though there are many different ways, but we as a teachers, as educators, we have to make a good effort, yeah, to keep engaging with children and support them to learn and develop optimally, yeah. Next, this is already mentioned, yeah, and explained by Mr. Joseph about school readiness. So it is not only about reading, writing, and arithmetic, yeah. Beyond that, it's about how to support our children to have confidence, to have creativity, to learn, to curiosity. They ask, they have brevity to ask, yeah. So if they don't know, they will ask, they don't just keep quiet, yeah. And then how they learn to cooperate, they have commitment, yeah, in learning. Of course, it is also a process. And then how we give opportunity for them to communicate each other, to interact between peers, improvisation, investigation. They like to do some like very simple research, but it can help them to learn their what we call, they can criticize, yeah, criticize, and their imagination can develop, yeah. This is also has already mentioned, yeah, by Dr. Joseph, because he's my supervisor, so we have the same framework, yeah, about ready children. So I think I don't have to explain about this. It's been explained, yeah, by Dr. Joseph. This is also ready for school. So focus on social development, emotional development, self-regulation. So what is self-regulation? It's about managing emotion, acknowledge feelings. We know when when we feel happy, we realize that we are happy, and we know how to express it appropriately. And we realize when we are feel sad, and we know to express it appropriately, not terlalu berlebihan, ya, not too much, but we know, and we have to teach it to our children. And some good ways to teach our children, yeah, this approach is not only for children's school readiness, entering transition to primary school, but it's umum, that we can do this approach for teaching young children. So it should be meaningful. The learning that we give to them, it should be meaningful, voluntary, child choose to play. And we know, Bapak Ibu, para students, it's sometimes it's difficult in the practice, when we as a teacher give opportunity for our children to choose the play, because sometimes some teacher has certain target of curriculum and they don't want to miss it. So it's quite difficult to give opportunity for children to have a voluntary play, but hopefully many of you that have like kindergarten, you have a more wiser policy about children's development and learning. And open-ended the process rather than the end of the product. It's also a challenging for us, the paradigm of Indonesian parents and some teachers' parents. Sometimes they want the product. They want young children since early young. They want their children to have certain skills. They some of them do not focus on the process, do not appreciate the process, but okay, where's the product? Which is not good, for our children's development and learning. And also, we give learning, we provide learning that can help children, support children's imaginative, and also they have opportunity to be active. So it means that they have the engagement, with people, with objects, with ideas, etc. Okay, so this is, we compare a little bit about the normal condition and the pandemic situation, even though Mr. Joseph and Kiko already explained many about this one, that we cannot ignore, or we realize, we acknowledge that teaching children and parenting are challenging even in normal condition. Even in normal condition, not pandemic situation, teaching children and parenting are challenging. We can imagine that the parenting or the teaching for children are heightened, more intense during pandemic, because there are many big change happen in our life. Some are affected, they have economic crisis, emotion, they cannot manage their emotion because there are many problems happen during pandemic, and then they have to manage their time, especially, for example, like mothers or fathers who usually works, or they still works from home, so they have, and their children do not attend school, so they have to manage their time very well, between working and also doing domestic tasks, guiding their children, supporting their children doing homework and some stuff, from their teachers. So the parents have to supervise children's online learning, and we cannot be ignored, and it's been strengthened by the research that quite many parents worried about their child attending school next year. So Bapak Ibu and para students, we know that the children who are maybe 5 years old or 6 years old, when it happens in during pandemic, they don't have a lot of chance like other friends, who have opportunities to interact with peers, who can listen story from teachers, listen to the storytelling, they can play at school. So but the last 1.5 year, almost 1.5 years, these children do not have the same opportunity, even though we as parents at home should still support them. There are many activities, like Joseph has already explained, that we can do to support our children, to learn many things that can be learned from home. They can discuss, they can cook, and etc., which is the activities are also important, yeah, to support the children's readiness. Here I show you some pictures, yeah, about teaching children, yeah, during normal condition. We'll see that they interact each other, tatap muka, yeah, they have new friends, they have 5, 10, even 20 friends, yeah, at school. And also the teacher can interact directly with the children, and they can play, yeah, they can play together, they can laugh together. Sometimes they have conflict, but it is a part of learning, yeah. So they learn a lot for being at school, yeah, in normal condition. But we'll see, what about learning during the pandemic? Yeah, of course, there are some challenges, yeah. Teaching online during pandemic, what are the challenges? Mr. Joseph and Kiko already explained as well, yeah. There are many challenges happening, like, for example, Wi-Fi, the connection of the internet, the technology. Not many teachers and parents already know about the technology, yeah. So, and also here, the picture that I show you, we also have to learn the children to know, in Bahasa Indonesia, we call it adab, about attitude, yeah, about attitude. We don't know sometimes when the children, when the teacher teach through a Zoom application, yeah, for example. Maybe some children turn off the camera, so the teacher do not know what are the children doing. So sometimes they are just eating snacks, yeah, chips, yeah, etc. Well, it doesn't happen in young children as well. Sometimes university students do it, yeah, maybe. And also maybe some of them are sleeping, yeah, especially when they are not supported, when they are not accompanied by their parents. So the teacher, for example, in this picture, the teacher has a very strong spirit to teach, but who knows that the children, some of the children are sleeping, yeah, we don't know. So we can see from here that it is not an optimized learning, yeah, during pandemic, but instead we still have to be optimistic that we can do some other activities, yeah. So the roles of parents here, especially during pandemic, really important, yeah. So the teacher has to collaborate with parents to support them. Do not push the parents to achieve certain targets which make them upset, which make them stress, yeah, etc. So be reasonable, be what we call, both of them have to have a shared understanding, yeah. They have commitment, but still we have to know the condition. We cannot also focus on the target of the curriculum, but happiness is more important, especially for children, yeah. If they don't feel happy, they can't be optimized in learning, yeah. And also maybe, I'm not sure whether in Indonesia we already, well, I think we already menghadapi face the new normal, ya. Are we ready? So this is also a challenge, ya, Bapak Ibu and para students, about to be commitment, ya, to have a commitment, ya, to make a distance, ya, to follow the procedure, healthy procedure, and also make distance. It's quite difficult, especially when the school has lots of students. Yeah, lots of students, a limited area of playing. So it's difficult for the teachers to make distance between children, and also interact with the teacher, between teacher and the children. This is also, yeah, whether we can have commitment to follow the procedure of healthy procedure, yeah, and it's quite difficult. Maybe in some developed country, it is easier. Why? Because they have more space, ya. Jadi lebih luas sekolahnya, so they can implement the distance, yeah, between students, and follow the procedure, yeah. Hopefully in our country, many teachers, many schools, and parents collaborate each other to support, yeah, so the children will be in a safe condition, yeah, inshallah. And can parents provide these activities at home? Yeah. Joseph Benega has also explained about this, that we have to give opportunities, yeah, for our children to do open-ended play. Maybe we can playing with water, or we maybe we have a small sandpit, we can do it together with our children to do some drawing, painting, playing with blocks, yeah, play-doh, yeah, etc. So it's again, it depends on the involvement of parents. Do they have the time? Do they can manage their time to be engaged, yeah, in children's learning? And then we also have to provide physical activities, exercise outside or around neighborhood if possible. I think in some areas in Indonesia, they still, meet together, yeah, even though the pandemic has not been resolved in our country. But I see from the news, yeah, there are many people still, together, yeah, going together, berkumpul gitu ya, doing gathering, yeah. Hopefully we can follow our government rules, yeah, to make distance, yeah, etc. And then sing songs, read stories, yeah. Of course, in our country, we focus, yeah, with moral and spiritual values. Like Kiko say about happiness, about well-being. So I think it is related with the good values, yeah, universal values, the values that make our children feel comfortable, yeah. And then we also can do some cooking, cleaning, yeah, praying. Don't forget, praying is the best activity that we can train our children. We don't push them, yeah, tidak boleh dipaksa, we do not force them, but they are trained, yeah, to thank to their creator, yeah. And then also encourage discussion about family, school, friends. So do not ever think that this kind of activities is not learning. This is learning, absolutely learning. When we spend some time to listen to our children's opinion, to make some discussion with them, yeah, about school. Do not make them afraid of school, yeah, especially for kindergarten children who spend most of the time as learning at home, yeah, during this pandemic. So we have to tell them that school is a good place that you can learn. You don't have to be afraid. You will have lots new friends at school, yeah, etc. And also we can do some activities that can encourage independence, and self-help skills for our children. Okay, this is about parents' role and involvement, yeah, in children's learning. Like I already explained, that we do some exercise, yeah, with our children. It's very good for them to be healthy, and then our relationship with our children getting better, yeah. So we can get hikmah, yeah, during pandemic, lesson learned, lots of lesson learned that we can get from during pandemic. So inshallah we can stay happy, yeah, even though there are many problems around us, but still optimist, yeah, about life. And we can do together with our children, maybe playing blocks, yeah, cooking together. Joseph say about following some recipes. We should think, okay, what kind of Indonesian food which is simple that we can teach our children, yeah, not only pizza, yeah. Now, maybe we have certain traditional food, yeah, which is also healthy for our children, and they can make it very easily and follow the recipe. Or we can play bermain ronce, yeah, with them. So while playing with the children, we can also encourage them to tell us about their opinion, sharing how they are feeling, yeah, their experience, yeah. So having some discussion, which is very important. and also religious practice, yeah, not only skills like social skills, emotional skills, intellectual skills for children. We are from Indonesia, and we really believe the importance of religion, yeah, and giving spiritual and moral values to our children. So teaching them about praying when we heard the call for prayer, yeah, azan, we can teach them to pray, yeah, to pray together, to make our heart, yeah, feel calm, comfortable, happy, yeah, well-being, and also the skill to use mask. So like I said, that there are quite big difference, yeah, during pandemic, and there are some new skills that we have to provide to teach our children, yeah, including using the mask. Yeah, in Australia, Bapak, Ibu, and para student, now at the moment I'm in Australia. I'm in Melbourne. For young children, yeah, they do not use mask, but those who use masks are like teenagers, ya, yang anak-anak remaja, dewasa, they use masker harus, ya. Tetapi for younger children, they do not. I'm not sure whether in Indonesia, I think in Indonesia, young children also use masker, ya, to protect and keep them safe. Okay, maybe that's all our presentation. Yeah, maybe we can spend more time in discussion. So the last word is, so are we all ready? Yeah, are we all ready to change our paradigm to be better? Yeah, so are the school ready? Are the family ready? So if we collaborate each other, we can support children to be ready. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Lara Fridani, for your presentation. Let me conclude Lara presentation in Indonesia to you all participants. Berdasarkan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Lara Fridani, bahwa memang terdapat perbedaan persepsi kesiapan sekolah antara guru, orang tua, dan juga guru TK ataupun guru sekolah dasar. Kemudian juga terdapat perbedaan yang sangat jauh, ya, antara persepsi di negara-negara berkembang seperti kita dengan negara-negara barat. Kalau yang tadi di pertama kali Joseph menyampaikan bahwa kesiapan sekolah itu sangat luas, di mana kesiapan sekolah itu melibatkan sekolah, keluarga, dan juga lingkungan sekitar. Menurut yang disampaikan oleh Joseph, itu dari persepsi negara-negara barat, ya. Tetapi kalau dari tadi hasil riset yang disampaikan oleh Lara Fridani, bahwa rata-rata sebagian besar partisipan yang dilibatkan oleh Lara dalam penelitiannya menyampaikan bahwa persepsi kesiapan sekolah itu hanya di membaca, menulis, dan juga berhitung gitu. Padahal sebetulnya itu hanya bagian kecil dari kesiapan sekolah dari persepsi yang disampaikan oleh Joseph di presentasi yang pertama kali. Kemudian juga menurut Lara tadi bahwa perbedaan ini mungkin didasari oleh kebudayaan kita yang berbeda dengan negara barat, kemudian juga karakteristik orang tua kita yang berbeda dengan teman-teman kita yang tinggal di negara barat, kemudian lingkungan tempat tinggal kita, dan juga kebijakan dan dalam pendidikan, dan juga sistem pendidikan yang berjalan di negara kita sangat berbeda dengan yang dijalankan di negara-negara maju seperti di negara barat. Bahkan menurut hasil penelitian Lara, bahwa membaca, menulis, berhitung itu dianggap sebagai syarat untuk masuk SD. Dan ini pengalaman saya juga, Bu Lara, ketika dulu anak saya yang paling besar mau masuk SD, itu dia dites membaca, menulis, berhitung. Kebetulan anak saya tidak mengajarkan dia membaca, menulis gitu, ya. Dia nggak diterima di sekolah yang dituju gitu loh. Saya agak sakit, bukan sakit hati sih, ya, agak broken heart gitu. Kenapa nggak diterima dengan alasan anak saya nggak bisa baca, nggak bisa nulis, nggak bisa lancar lah kata gurunya. Oh ya, berarti memang itu sampai sekarang masih dilaksanakan. Bahkan saya juga pernah merasakan hal itu. Kemudian menurut yang disampaikan Lara tadi, bahwa sebetulnya ketika pandemik ini, disinilah kita keluarga, baik orang tua maupun anak maupun siapapun anggota keluarga yang tinggal di rumah kita, terlibat langsung dalam mempersiapkan kesiapan sekolah anak, dan juga kita diharapkan memberikan warna tersendiri dalam pendidikan di rumah, bahwa mungkin selama ini sebelum pandemi ya, sebagian orang tua di Indonesia itu mungkin menyerahkan anak itu utuh ke sekolah gitu loh. Apalagi sekarang dengan tren munculnya sekolah-sekolah full day school di Indonesia ini gitu loh. Anak pergi pagi pulang sore gitu ya. Dan saya juga termasuk orang tua yang seperti itu juga. Anak saya pergi pagi pulang sore gitu loh. Nah ketika pandemi ini itu merubah segalanya. Bahwa guru di sekolah, sementara saya juga sebagai seorang wanita yang bekerja juga harus bekerja dan juga harus mengurusi anak. Memang luar biasa hektik ya Bu Lara. Ketika pandemi ini luar biasa tantangan yang dihadapi oleh orang tua seperti pada kebanyakan. Yang pertama banyak sekali yang orang tua itu ragu ya untuk memasukkan anak ke sekolah karena memang sekarang ini kasus COVID ini kalau kita lihat dari grafik yang disampaikan oleh BNPB bahwa kasusnya semakin meningkat ya. Kemudian juga selama pandemi ini kita sebagai orang tua juga harus kembali memainkan peran kita sebagai pendidik utama untuk anak-anak kita. Karena mungkin selama ini kita hanya menyerahkan ke sekolah. Nah sekarang ini kita harus sebagai orang tua justru kita yang harus berperan aktif karena 24 jam itu anak dengan kita. Gitu ya. Mungkin walaupun dengan ada sekolah yang via Zoom paling cuma setengah jam sampai si anak dengan gurunya, tetapi sisanya itu dengan orang tua gitu. Kemudian juga mungkin seperti ini tantangan yang dihadapi orang tua juga saat ini bahwa sebagian besar orang tua itu masih khawatir untuk memasukkan anaknya ke sekolah karena memang kasus COVID ini juga di negara kita semakin tinggi gitu. Menurut Lara tadi juga disampaikan bahwa di saat inilah kita orang tua harus terlibat aktif dalam pendidikan anak dan banyak kegiatan hari-hari yang sebetulnya yang bisa kita gunakan, misalnya nyanyi bersama, kayak tadi Joseph menyampaikan pergi jalan sama dengan anak-anak, jalan pagi mungkin gitu ya. Kemudian juga membacakan buku cerita, mungkin kalau yang saya baca mungkin literasi kita itu memang rendah ya, jadi sebagian besar orang tua mungkin di negara kita ini nggak biasa tuh membacakan buku kepada anak sebelum tidur. Kalau saya beberapa referensi saya baca di negara barat termasuk di Finlandia ya itu sudah merupakan kewajiban orang tua mengantar anak tidur dan membacakan buku. Nah makanya di Finlandia itu literasinya tinggi gitu ya. Nah mungkin sekarang kita selama pandemi ini sudah mulai meniru ya, meningkatkan literasi anak dengan membacakan cerita sebelum tidur, memasak, mungkin melibatkan anak dalam memasak, itu merupakan kegiatan yang seru ya. Itu kira-kira yang tadi disampaikan oleh Lara berkaitan dengan kesiapan sekolah dalam persepsi kita dari guru, orang tua, dan juga bagaimana kita sebagai orang tua berperan aktif ketika dalam pandemi ini. Nah sekarang ada beberapa pertanyaan Ibu Lara. Untuk Ibu Lara yang ada di chat Zoom. Pertanyaan pertama itu dari
sehingga membuat anak menjadi
Elvina ya Bu ya. Elvina Putri.
There is another one, Mbak Yeni from Dwi Nurhayati, is it?
Oh boleh. Silakan Bu. Pertanyaan
Yeah.
dari Dwi Nurhayati, silakan Bu.
Yeah. So shall I answer in English or Indonesia? So
to you.
other both, or you want to translate it?
Okay. It's okay, up to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So the question is, I want to ask what should parents do when a kid has reported about school readiness and the result said that he is in low range in school readiness. You know, Bapak Ibu, para student, this is really very sad. Yeah, when our children labeled himself or herself to be low range. Yeah, so this is already suatu kesalahan, a mistake. Ya, so mudah-mudahan ya Bapak dan Ibu di sini ya, para students, when we become a teacher, ya, we are an educator. This is the most important thing that we have to label children in a good way so they can feel confidence, so they can increase their curiosity. Bayangkan jika dia these children since early labeled himself negative way. Yes, so how can we support him or her to be confident, to be curious in learning, have commitment in learning, to have a good imagination? Yeah, jadi this is very important. So hopefully it will not happen again. So, but if our children tell us, yeah, as parents that they are in a low range, so we have to support them. We have to tell our children in a simple way, very simple language. No, you are very good. Yeah, you are very good. Some are good at certain things and you are good at these things. So you don't have to worry. We have to tell that to our children that you still have lots of time to learn. Even though this time, for example, he feels and he realizes or he acknowledges that he is not, he doesn't have, for example, drawing skills or reading skills, like his friends, for example, his peers, we have to encourage him or her that, well, we can learn it. So don't worry, you will have the capacity, you will have the competency, so don't worry. Some children can learn it very fast, some are in the middle, some is slow, but nanti at the end we can read. So to make them still confident and still optimistic, yeah, have motivation to keep on their learning. Begitu. Kemudian dari Elvina ya, from Elvina, I want to ask you your personal experience, yeah, as parent or grandparent. Thank you. You know that I'm a grandparent. Yeah, I have 2 grandsons. Yeah, with young children at home. What challenges did you have? Well, my 3 sons, because the age gap is very gap, yeah, with the fourth, with my 4th children, my 4th child, my 4th daughter. So the one, jadi anak saya yang besar di Australia, maksudnya dari lahir itu hanya anak yang keempat, ya, yang nomor 4. Now she is in grade 3. When she was in grade 1, grade 2, yeah, in Australia, actually I don't have many challenges because here in Australia, the system, they do not push young children to learn, to learn academically. No, even until they are 7 years, 8 years, they still learning through play. It's really implemented, yeah, in this country, yeah, especially in Melbourne. So, but it happens, some parents feel when during pandemic, yeah, last year, because now in Australia, in Melbourne, we can go to school, yeah, seperti biasa, yeah, alhamdulillah. But last year, when we have the lockdown for a couple of months and we study from home, some parents do not terbiasa, do not get used to do the technology. Some of them cannot do how to scan the homework and send it to using the what we call the Google Meet or maybe other application. And you know what the teacher said when the parents say, oh, I feel quite stressed in the first week and the second weeks. And then the teacher said, okay, the first thing you have to do is to feel happy. So if your children or you do not do the homework, it doesn't matter. Just feel happy, ya. Bapak Ibu para student, sebenarnya I read from the article, ya, that the Ministry of Indonesia or something educator, ya, in Indonesia said happiness is number 1. But sometimes in the field, dalam prakteknya, happiness is not important. The important is the target of curriculum, ya. So this is our big challenge, to have the same, ya, the same perspective, that the first thing that we have to focus is the benefit, how our learning benefit to children. Yeah, so must be based on the happiness, well-being, yeah, something like that. So jadi seperti itu tentang apa namanya challenge, and I think I'm optimist that teachers and parents in Indonesia can do the same. Yeah, for example, when the parents feel unhappy, get stressed with the homework that the teachers give to our children, well, the parents just communicate to teacher and say, please, can you lesser, for example, mungkin lebih sedikit lah homeworknya to be given to children because we are still struggling. Apalagi parents, for example, moms, I have a friend, she is a mom of 9 children. Tetapi yang masih study dari early childhood itu sampai college student gitu sampai SMA itu 7 children. And she only has 3 laptops or 3 handphones. So it's quite difficult when the teacher has to teach through using internet and application, and they have to share. So it doesn't matter if we talk to the teacher, let them know our condition, and hopefully the teacher also try to understand, okay, during pandemic healthy is important, yeah, to be healthy physically and psychologically and spiritually is very important. So the target is not the curriculum, yeah. Apalagi Bapak Ibu, it's young children. We talk about early childhood, so we don't have to be, very fast or have certain targeted. I don't think like that, yeah. In early childhood, we should remember earlier is not better, ya. Jadi lebih cepat itu belum tentu lebih baik, ya. Karena kalau lebih cepat but we don't do it in a good way, in an appropriate way, maka anak akan lebih jenuh cepat. So, and we do not expect that, do we? Ya, kita tidak mengharap demikian. Jadi begitu ya Mbak siapa dari yang
Mbak
tadi ya,
Elvina
how
tadi.
do you solve them? Yeah, so salah satu solution is ini to saling memahami ya, between parents and teachers, dan kita punya basic pegangan bahwa our government juga support. Ya, coba baca di artikel-artikel tentang pentingnya kesehatan dulu dan kebahagiaan buat anak-anak kita dibanding mencapai target kurikulum. Ya. Kemudian dari Mbak Dery, menurut Ibu seberapa penting dan perlukah tes calistung untuk anak? No, it's not important at all ya. About apalagi when we talk about test, ya, ini saya jadi teringat kayak mau jadi pegawai negeri susah banget. This is about young children, ya. Di negara kita udah berpuluh-puluh tahun we understand that belajar learning itu is a compulsory kan, wajib belajar sekian tahun. So all school actually should accept children all the way they are gitu. Even though they cannot read, so okay, come to our school, we teach you read. Okay, for example, parents, Miss, teacher, my children cannot count. Okay, come to our school and we can teach you counting. That's really wonderful, right? Dan ini bukan dongeng. It happens in Australia. So maybe the perspective itu adalah wajib belajar sama, the same ya with Indonesian policy. Tapi implementasinya saya lihat di sini bersinergi. Jadi memang tidak ada kewajiban, an obligation for children to have the capacity to reading, writing, and counting in their younger age, ya. Bahkan I see ya, karena saya pernah punya experience teaching young school children ya, yang early childhood sampai usia 8 years, 9 years. Some of them even grade 2 itu still cannot read very well, and it doesn't matter. The teacher still encourage and motivate. Ya, tapi it doesn't mean we cannot teach baca tulis hitung. We can still teach them, but in appropriate way. But remember, do not see the product, but we appreciate the process that they are becoming better and better. Ya, they have better skill and etc. Nah, kalau misalnya ada some schools yang mereka give, certain selection for testing ya. Maybe you can inform them that our government doesn't allow that. Ya, bisa cek. Ada setahu saya peraturan menteri atau apa tidak boleh ada tes calistung. Kita bukan mau mereport di school, no, but we give them some information. Maybe they don't know the information yet. Ya, jadi benar memang harus sharing information gitu ya between teachers. I know you have maybe some of you involved in certain association for early childhood. So you can share information that we teach young children. Our goal is for the benefit of them, not the benefit for us, but the benefit of them. So to make them learn optimal, so we have to do appropriate way. in teaching them. Yeah, we consider their aspects of development and etc. Oke, Bapak Zulkifli. Tidak apa ya Mbak Yeni, saya lanjut nanti Mbak Yeni bisa tinggal summarize ya what I've been sharing. Dari Pak Zulkifli Nurdin. Seberapa penting pendidikan berbasis nilai agama dan moral bagi anak usia dini? Very, very important. Ya, Pak Zulkifli, thanks for reminding this ya. This is the difference ya between our country because our society believe ya the value, the importance of a spiritual and moral value. So bagaimana caranya menanamkan by giving a good model. We pray every day, we do good things, we have a good attitude, ya. Kemudian we do not scare the children. So it's a part of our religion, right? We do not scare the children. But we'll see in some field how many teachers, how many parents still make their children feeling scared of learning. So it is really dangerous, yeah. It is challenging, yeah, to let them know, to let them change their paradigm, yeah, to let them change their practice, yeah, about teaching children. So moral and spiritual, caranya give them a good model, dibiasakan, involve them, for example, in praying, making dua, yeah, giving sedekah for poor people, yeah, for example. So by their seeing our habit, inshallah, they will learn a lot about that, yeah, about the moral values and spiritual values. Miss Lara, would you share the approach to your children, how to build and manage your communication? I have some published book, Miss Dini Novita. You can search in Google, Lara Fridani. Some of my books, like the title is Ibu Dari Mana Aku Berasal, or Spiritual or Inspiring Education for PAUD, Inspiring Education for children in primary school. So maybe buku Ibu Dari Mana Aku Berasal, you can read that. There are lots of things, ya. Ada lebih dan kurang, ya. Of course, that I implement to my children as a lecturer and psychologist. Sometimes I make mistake too, as of course, yeah. I'm not a perfect person, but I try to be a good mother, yeah, a better mother, yeah, inshallah.
Thank you, Miss Lara.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Maybe there is an ebook about my book as well. You can check from the Google.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, a pleasure. Mau diterjemahkan, Mbak Yani?
Boleh. Berarti semua sudah jawab ya Bu ya, pertanyaan dari peserta?
Oh ya, silakan. Perlu diterjemahkan nggak atau udah?
Silakan, boleh Bu, kalau Ibu juga mau, silakan.
Enggak, Mbak Yani mau menerjemahkan atau gimana?
Okay.
Atau saya summarize semua, nanti kalau kurang ditambahkan ya.
Boleh,
jadi,
boleh. Silakan, Bu.
Ya, jadi salah satu isu yang paling menantang Bapak dan Ibu adalah tentang paradigma masyarakat kita, ya, baik guru maupun orang tua, tentang apa itu arti belajar pada anak. Kadang-kadang kita ingin sekali buru-buru, padahal kalau dalam konsep early childhood, lebih cepat bukan berarti lebih baik, ya. Early is not better, nggak selalu demikian, gitu ya. Tetapi kita berpikir untuk anak bisa long life learning. Bayangkan ketika kita sudah membuat anak stres di usia dini, yang namanya belajar itu hard, susah. Gimana dia bisa tumbuh rasa confidence, rasa percaya diri? Bagaimana dia bisa pengen tahu sesuatu, belajar, kalau udah ada rasa takut? Tapi kenapa kita lihat misalnya di beberapa negara maju ya, yang mereka sangat antusias belajar, karena apa? Disupport, label banyak positif untuk mereka. Jadi, oh saya belum bisa baca. Tadi kayak orang mau masuk sekolah, mau masuk SD, anak saya belum bisa baca. Tidak apa-apa, masuklah sekolah, kata gurunya. Kita akan ajarin kamu membaca. Bahkan ini bukan hanya untuk konteks yang children loh, dari pengalaman saya ya. Kami ke Australia 2 kali, 2 periode. Waktu anak saya pertama kali mau masuk SD itu tahun 2001, itu belasan tahun yang lalu. Anak saya udah punya anak lagi gitu ya. Saya bilang anak saya nih belum bisa baca, belum bahasa ini, nggak bisa bahasa Inggris. Terus kata gurunya tidak apa-apa, masuklah ke sekolah kami ya, sekolah negeri, kita akan mengajarkan dia bahasa Inggris. 3 bulan nanti juga jago sendiri bahasa Inggris ya. Bahkan ketika saya balik lagi tahun 2010 ke Australia bawa anak-anak saya, terus saya bilang ya kemampuan bahasa Inggris anak saya, sistem pendidikan yang berbeda, mata pelajaran yang sangat berbeda, saya yang khawatir ya enggak. Saya bawa 3 anak waktu itu. Terus kata gurunya apa? Tidak apa-apa, nanti dia bisa belajar. Kadang perlu waktu 6 bulan atau 1 tahun. Dan saya pikir respon dari guru ini sangat membahagiakan kita. Bayangkan kalau misalnya saya kini pindah karena saya sekolah kuliah S2, terus kuliah S3 di negara orang. Terus saya bilang anak saya nggak bisa bahasa Inggris, ini begini mata pelajarannya beda. Terus gimana kalau respon gurunya? Wah, terus kamu gimana nih sekolah? Wah, tambah heboh ya enggak? Tetapi they have to support us. It's okay, katanya. It happens. Itu terjadi. Yang namanya pindah negara. Mereka juga yang misalnya berbahasa Inggris terus misalnya pindah ke Indonesia, apa kita bilang nggak bisa diterima di sini? They need time, ya, perlu waktu untuk adapt. Nah, di sini enaknya kalau punya perspektif paradigma dan sistemnya itu mendukung bahwa tentang belajar kita kasih kesempatan orang. Ada orang yang golden age-nya dalam tanda kutip ya, mungkin dari kecil udah kelihatan smart, tapi ada yang baru SD, SMP, SMA, ada yang udah jadi emak-emak, belum smart-smart, maksudnya belum berpikir, tapi ada yang udah punya anak baru kesadaran langsung, wah produktif, who knows, gitu. Jadi kita we do not label children since young. Even we cannot label adult like us langsung bahwa he or she cannot change, gitu. Jadi nggak bisa demikian. Jadi optimis, jadi sama-sama enak, begitu. Silakan kalau Bu Yeni mau menambah.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Lara atas penjelasannya. Tadi yang saya sempat catat ya Bu ya, yang penting sebetulnya adalah proses sebetulnya untuk pendidikan anak usia dini. Selama ini yang itu kita praktekkan di negara kita itu memang kita fokus ke hasil ya.
Zain, gimana Najma Zen?
Yang dibutuhkan anak itu adalah memang selama proses itu berlangsung, disitulah kita bisa memasukkan peran kita sebagai orang tua ataupun sebagai guru. Kemudian yang tadi pertanyaannya Pak Zul mengenai pendidikan moral dan agama gitu ya. Memang di sini saya catat tadi bahwa sebagai guru dan orang tua kita menjadi role model, orang yang dicontoh oleh. Jadi memang untuk menghasilkan generasi yang bermoral dan religius itu dihasilkan dari role model yang bagus. Jadi kalau kurikulumnya bagus, kemudian juga sarana dan prasarannya bagus, tapi role modelnya tidak bagus, itu juga tidak menghasilkan sebuah generasi yang bermoral ataupun yang memiliki tingkat religius yang tinggi. Nanti akan kita cari Bu ya yang peraturan menteri yang tadi saya catat bahwa kata Bu Lara tadi ada peraturan menteri yang tidak membolehkan praktek calistung di early childhood education ya Bu Lara ya.
Iya, kalau nggak salah 15 tahun yang lalu, terutama di Jakarta, apalagi sekarang sudah lama sejak saya kuliah selesai S2 itu tahun 2003 2004 itu sudah ada.
Tapi sekarang praktek itu masih jalan ya Bu ya.
Ya, iya, memang itu dia. That's the problem ya.
Semoga kedepannya itu dengan adanya kegiatan ini membuka persepsi kita sama-sama, pandangan kita sama-sama bahwa sebetulnya calistung itu adalah bagian kecil dari kesiapan sekolah ya. Berarti selama ini yang kita lakukan adalah bagian kecil itu, kita fokus ke bagian kecil, tetapi bagian yang luas itu kita tidak mengkajinya seperti itu. Kita memang hilang kontrol di situ ya Bu Lara berarti selama ini ya. Ya fokus ke yang kecil, calistung itu, tapi kita lupa yang skop yang luas yang tadi dijabarkan oleh Joseph itu kita tidak.
Iya. Jadi cuma jangka pendek juga, nggak berpikir jangka panjang bahwa belajar ini kita harapkan pada anak adalah jangka panjang. Bukan cuma selesai tes, abis itu nggak mau belajar lagi. Ya, we do not expect that. Ya.
Kita berharapkan anak itu akan menjadi pembelajar seumur hidup ya Bu Lara ya.
Amin, iya. Apalagi salah satu kekuatan kita nilai-nilai moral dan spiritual kita punya yang itu belum tentu dimiliki ya oleh orang-orang dari negara lain yang mereka anggap mereka negara maju tapi belum tentu maju secara moral dan spiritual dan kita punya itu.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Lara, semua pertanyaan sudah dijawab. Terima kasih atas partisipasi Bu Lara dalam kegiatan kami hari ini. Senang sekali Ibu sudah meluangkan waktu untuk berbagi dengan kami di sini. Terima kasih banyak. Semoga apa yang Ibu sampaikan bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Supaya kita merubah paradigma kita, persepsi kita, pandangan kita bahwa sebetulnya kesiapan sekolah itu sangat luas yang harus kita persiapkan untuk anak. Terima kasih banyak.
Sama-sama.
Sampai ketemu di
Ya,
lecture
maaf lahir
depan, Bu
batin
Lara.
kalau ada salah-salah ya.
Ya. Oke, makasih Bu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, terima kasih untuk presentasi dari Bu Lara. Sekarang kita akan masuk ke sesi yang keempat. The speaker is Ria Novianti. Before Ria Novianti present her material, I would like to inform you about the topic of Ria Novianti is parents' involvement in studying from well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ria Novianti is a senior lecturer at University of Riau. She is head of department. Science of Education in Faculty Teacher Training and Education. Please, Ria Novianti, time is yours.
Okay.
Belum unmute kayaknya itu Bu Ria, nggak dengar suaranya. Suara. Unmute.
Okay.
Nah.
Can you hear me? Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's clear, Miss Ria.
Okay, Miss Dini. Okay, we continue our topic for today. We discuss about parental engagement in children online learning. Okay. This is quite the same with Miss Lara, Kiko, and Joseph, because I see the benang merah between my material and other speakers' material. I will mix my presentation in Indonesia and in English, okay? Okay, we talk about school from home. The change of learning activities from classroom to home bring new challenge. The readiness of teachers, students, and parents in this home learning varies. Some are ready, forced to be ready, and completely unprepared. Jadi perubahan cara belajar dari yang semula dilakukan di sekolah, di dalam kelas, ke rumah ini kan kita sudah dengar dari tadi ya, ini membawa sebuah perubahan yang baru. Nggak terlalu baru juga karena sudah berlangsung kurang lebih 1 tahun. Namun ini masih tetap jadi masalah. The readiness of teacher, kesiapan guru, students ya, anak-anak, kemudian orang tua dalam melaksanakan pembelajaran dari rumah ini bervariasi. Ada yang ready, ada yang siap, ada yang forced to be ready, ya, dipaksa untuk siap. Ada yang completely unprepared, ada yang benar-benar nggak siap sama sekali. Nah mudah-mudahan yang completely unprepared ini sekarang dalam jangka waktu 1 tahun sudah mulai bergeser ya kemampuannya untuk bisa menjalankan pembelajaran online dari rumah. For school, there are demands in the way of meeting the costs and providing sufficient infrastructure. For teacher, parents, and children, there are new skills to be learned and inserted in teaching and learning. Jadi untuk sekolah, ada kebutuhan-kebutuhan yang harus dipenuhi, yaitu ada biaya yang harus dikeluarkan, kemudian harus providing sufficient infrastructure. Jadi harus ada peralatan, infrastruktur yang disediakan untuk bisa menunjang pembelajaran online. For teacher, parents, and children, jadi untuk orang tua, ya, untuk guru, untuk anak, juga harus ada kemampuan yang baru yang dipelajari lagi dan dimasukkan ke dalam kegiatan belajar mengajar. Nah, kita ngomong soal parental engagement. We are talking about parental engagement. What is parental engagement? It involves action that directly or indirectly support children's school activities at home and at school. Jadi keterlibatan orang tua yang kita sebut dengan parental engagement ini adalah tindakan-tindakan, semua perilaku orang tua yang secara langsung maupun tidak secara langsung mendukung kegiatan anak belajar di sekolah maupun di rumah. Dulu waktu anak-anak masih belajar di sekolah, when children is during school, melakukan pelaksanaan pembelajaran di sekolah, di situ sudah harus terlibat orang tua di dalamnya. Apalagi kalau misalnya orang tua dari anak usia dini, karena semakin kecil usia anak, semakin butuh dia keterlibatan orang tua dalam kegiatan belajar mengajarnya. Kalau misalnya di PAUD itu orang tua selalu datang. Dari pagi ngantar anak sekolah, pulang jemput lagi, itu orang tuanya kelihatan. Tapi kalau anak dia dari tingkat SD sampai SMA, itu biasanya nggak kelihatan lagi orang tuanya. Biasanya cuma nunggu di mobil saja, anaknya keluar. Ya, itu secara langsung bisa kita lihat sebagai bukti nyata bahwa keterlibatan orang tua semakin kecil usia anak itu semakin dibutuhkan. Nah, apalagi kalau sekarang ketika pembelajaran terlaksana secara online. Ketika pembelajaran terlaksana secara online, tugas guru yang selama ini dilaksanakan oleh guru di sekolah, melaksanakan pembelajaran dan segala macam itu pindah ke rumah. Mau nggak mau orang tua, tadi kita sudah bahas juga, sudah dengarkan 3 speaker yang sebelumnya, talk about how difficult it is, betapa sulitnya untuk bisa conducting the learning from home. Okay, there are 5 parental engagement indicators. The first one is providing learning facilities. The second one is supervising children's learning activities at home. The third one, supervising children's study time. The fourth one is recognizing children difficulties. And the fifth one is accompany children to study. Jadi ada 5 indikator apakah orang tua itu terlibat atau tidak dalam kegiatan belajar anak. Ya, ada yang punya kelimanya, ada yang cuma ada beberapa bagian saja yang kuat gitu ya. Tapi inilah indikator keterlibatan orang tua dalam mendampingi anak belajar di rumah. Yang pertama adalah providing learning facilities, yaitu menyediakan fasilitas belajar anak. Mau nggak mau belajar online di rumah itu membutuhkan peralatan-peralatan yang berbeda. Kita membutuhkan peralatan digital, ya, apakah handphone, apakah tab, apakah laptop, gitu. Apakah jaringan internet, itu semua dibutuhkan. Yang kedua adalah supervising children's learning activities at home. Jadi mensupervisi, mengawasi kegiatan belajar anak, ya. Nah, kemudian yang ketiga supervising children's study time, mengawasi waktu belajar anak. Selama ini ada bel sekolah, ya, ada teriakan guru, ya, memanggil anak kalau misalnya akan memulai kegiatan. Ada waktu-waktu masuk kelas, ada waktu istirahat, ada waktu snack time, semuanya ada dalam pembelajaran di sekolah. Tapi kalau di rumah, kadang-kadang anak suka lupa jam berapa akan mulai belajar lagi. Masuk Zoom lagi, ya. Setelah belajar pertama itu jam berapa lagi? Karena kadang-kadang terputus waktu Zoom-nya, ya. Nah, itu adalah tugas orang tua ternyata sekarang untuk supervising children study time, gitu ya. The fourth one is recognizing children learning difficulties. Jadi mengenali apa saja kesulitan belajar anak. Nah, ini menjadi sebuah pengetahuan baru pada sebagian orang tua, karena memang ada orang tua yang walaupun anak selalu bersama dengan dia kalau di rumah, tapi selama ini tidak tahu apa kira-kira yang menjadi kesulitan belajar anak. Taunya nanti, apalagi orang tua yang full time, anaknya full day di school, ya. Jadi dari pagi diantar, kemudian sore baru jemput setelah pulang kerja biasanya. Nah, sekarang anak full di rumah, orang tua yang selama ini nggak tahu misalnya anaknya ternyata punya kesulitan belajar tertentu. Nah, sekarang karena anak memang banyak di rumah, itu jadi recognizing children difficulties. Jadi tahu apa saja kesulitan belajar anak. Oh, ternyata anak saya memang benar kata gurunya, sulit konsentrasi misalnya gitu ya. Mungkin ada materi-materi tertentu yang dia nggak kuasai. Nah, sekarang orang tua jadi tahu karena lebih banyak waktu anak bersama dengan orang tua di rumah. Yang terakhir adalah accompany children to study. Jadi orang tua bukan hanya mensupervisi saja, bukan cuma mengawasi saja, tapi juga menemani anak belajar di rumah. Ya, ini yang kadang-kadang menimbulkan permasalahan apalagi ketika orang tua bekerja. Okay, what parents can do. This is some of the things that parents find while they're accompanying their children at home. What parents find, the first one, the children play more than study at home. The solution that parents can do is parents can help children to create daily scheduled activities, including a study schedule, break time, and play time. Besides that, parents also provide a reward to keep children motivated. Jadi ini ada beberapa orang tua yang menemukan bahwa anak itu lebih banyak mainnya di rumah daripada belajar. Ya, apalagi anak usia dini ya. Nah, tapi tetap orang tua perlu mengusahakan untuk mengupayakan anak-anak ini bisa belajar dengan bersemangat di rumah. Nah, caranya adalah parent can help children to create daily schedule. Jadi bantu anak untuk membuat sebuah perencanaan, ya, perencanaan harian yang sederhana. Misalnya study schedule, waktu belajarnya jam berapa gitu ya. Bantu anak kalau belum bisa ngelihat jam, ya dibantu nanti untuk diingatkan dan membuat schedule-nya secara ringkas saja yang sederhana. Break time-nya jam berapa, kemudian waktu boleh mainnya kapan, ya. Tentu anak-anak sangat senang main, apalagi kalau di rumah itu yang dalam pikiran anak di rumah itu adalah tempat istirahat dan tempat main sebenarnya, bukan tempat belajar. Nah, kita harus dibantu oleh orang tua dengan memberikan arahan dalam membuat daily schedule activities ini. Kemudian orang tua juga bisa membantu dengan cara menyediakan reward-reward sederhana. Tidak selalu berupa material, tapi juga mungkin hal menyenangkan. Play with friends and spend more time with gadget. Ya. Nah, a parent solution is parent manage to play with children. As we heard before from Joseph, play, play, and play. Yeah, we should play more with children. Manage our time. Ya, orang tua harus mengatur waktunya. Gimana caranya pulang kerja? Oke, bisa pulang kerja langsung nanti melakukan aktivitas bersama-sama dengan anak. Do outdoor activities such as sport or hiking, and also provide children with activities based on their interest. Nah, anak kan nggak bisa main nih sama teman-temannya ya. Dan banyak sekali keluhan orang tua, anak jadi lebih banyak menggunakan gadget. Nah, kalau kita cuma ngelarang aja, nggak boleh main gadget. Kalau main gadget nanti matanya rusak, ya. Atau nanti kalau gadget, banyak sekali larangan-larangan orang tua dalam menggunakan gadget. Karena takut nanti anak-anak terpapar mungkin konten-konten yang negatif dan segala macam. Namun kalau cuma melarang saja, tidak ada alternatif kegiatan yang diberikan pada anak, saya rasa salah juga. Oleh karena itu, selain meluangkan waktu untuk bermain bersama anak, maka kita harus menyalurkan anak pada kegiatan-kegiatan yang dia sukai. Apakah anak suka kegiatan seni, suka kegiatan olahraga, atau melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan yang akan meningkatkan kemampuan dia untuk basic skills-nya di rumah, ya, untuk kemandirian. Semuanya bisa dilakukan. Nah, kemudian adalah children had learning difficulties. Parents can deliver the subject matter in a way that is more understandable to child or to find a various learning resource related to the material. Nah, kan tadi orang tua salah satu indikator parental engagement adalah recognizing the children learning difficulties. If parents find that children had certain difficulties in learning, so the parents can deliver subject matter. Jadi orang tua dapat mengulang kembali, ya, cari waktu yang tepat, anak lagi kondisinya fit, sudah istirahat, ya, sudah selesai main, sudah tenang. Orang tua juga dalam kondisi yang siap untuk membantu anak belajar. Diulang-ulang lagi pembelajarannya. Banyak sekali sekarang sumber belajar, ya, di masa-masa pembelajaran online ini. Ada YouTube, kita bisa gunakan, mungkin ada juga bahan-bahan dari internet yang semuanya bisa membantu anak lebih memahami materi atau tema-tema yang sedang disampaikan oleh guru melalui online learning. Okay, the next one is while parent accompany children learning activity. Jadi apa saja nih keuntungan dari kondisi belajar dari rumah ini? Kan Allah itu tidak mungkin memberikan kita sebuah kondisi yang semuanya kemudian dirasakan jelek, negatif saja gitu ya. Pasti ada hal-hal positif yang sebenarnya bisa kita tangkap ya. Ada makna tersembunyi yang bisa kita rasakan, yang bisa kita peroleh dari kondisi ini. Nah, salah satunya adalah banyak sekali orang tua yang mengatakan bahwa sekarang dia punya hubungan yang lebih hangat, closer and warmer and relationship. Jadi hubungan yang lebih dekat, lebih hangat dengan anak karena memang sehari-hari anak nempel terus sama orang tua. Orang tua dampingi anak belajar di rumah, ya. Selama ini mungkin diantar pagi, anak pergi ke sekolah, jemput sore, kadang-kadang anak les lagi, atau kadang-kadang anak sudah capek sampai di rumah, jadi tidak banyak ngobrol lagi sama orang tua, atau orang tuanya masih punya kegiatan lain. Nah sekarang mau tidak mau kondisi ini ternyata memberikan orang tua lebih banyak waktu bersama-sama dengan anak. Closer and warm relationship. Alangkah indahnya kalau dalam hubungan antara orang tua dan anak, yang terjadi itulah hubungan yang betul-betul hangat, betul-betul membuat kedua belah pihak merasa nyaman. Ya, kalau soal sayang, orang tua pasti sayang sama anak, anak juga pasti sayang sama orang tua. Tapi kadang-kadang karena keterbatasan waktu, keterbatasan karena kegiatan-kegiatan, warm and close relationship ini tidak terlalu terbentuk. Now, during the pandemic, the close and warm relationship is the possible thing that happen in one family. Mungkin, sangat mungkin terjadi dalam sebuah keluarga. Ini banyak orang tua yang menyampaikan seperti ini. The second one, it's time to teach children life skills such as washing dishes, cooking, gardening, and also good habit like self-hygiene, appreciating others, and exercise regularly. Ya, ini adalah waktunya orang tua bisa menyampaikan secara langsung, mengajarkan anak secara langsung berbagai macam life skills, ya, keterampilan hidup sehari-hari. Seperti misalnya yang gampang-gampang nih, cuci piring setelah makan. Kalau takut piringnya nanti pecah, ya maka pilihkan anak piring yang tidak terbuat dari bahan kaca, apakah dari melamin, apakah dari plastik, pokoknya jangan sampai peralatan atau alasan apapun membuat kita tidak jadi mengajarkan anak life skill tertentu. Cooking misalnya, cooking tentu yang gampang. Misalnya masak nasi, ya, menakar air ketika merendam beras, kemudian membersihkan berasnya segala macam, ya, atau masak telur dadar yang gampang. Nah ini sangat menyenangkan, apalagi kalau misalnya anak perempuan itu biasanya sangat senang dengan kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini. What else? Gardening, ya. Orang tua zaman sekarang ini lagi suka-sukanya kalau di kita ya, di Indonesia lagi senang sekali bercocok tanam. Nah gardening ini jangan cuma orang tuanya saja yang merasakan manfaatnya, ya, rilis stres, menghilangkan stres, kemudian bisa menghirup udara segar, bawa anak-anak juga bersama-sama. Juga seperti yang tadi juga sudah disampaikan, good habit, ya, self hygiene. Jadi mencuci tangan setiap kali selesai beraktivitas, membersihkan diri dengan baik, kemudian mandi 2 kali sehari. Ini bisa diajarkan terus-menerus pada anak. Kemudian appreciating others, menghargai orang lain, ya, termasuk ketika anak belajar online, membuka kamera ketika berhadapan dengan guru secara online, karena banyak juga anak-anak yang tutup kameranya nggak tahu tuh udah mandi atau belum gitu ya. Sudah pakai, kalau di beberapa sekolah pakai baju seragam sekolah ya, apakah pakai baju seragam sekolah atau tidak gitu. Itu kan adalah appreciating others, jadi menghormati guru dan juga menghormati guru. And the other one is exercise regularly, ya. Berolahraga setiap hari. Anak banyak duduk, anak banyak diam di dalam ruangan. Ya, ketika belajar dari jam 8 pagi misalnya sampai jam 11 atau jam 12 siang, duduk saja. Tidak banyak kegiatan yang membutuhkan gerak. Nah, jangan lupa untuk mendorong anak exercise regularly. This is only some examples from good habit and teaching life skills. There are some others life skills. There are some other good habits that we can teach to our children during this pandemic. The third one, parent getting to know about children learning style, learning habit, and also learning difficulties. It is connected to the first advantage that the children and parents together build a closer relation. Ya. Orang tua jadi tahu apa saja yang jadi learning style-nya anak. Gimana sih cara belajar anak? Anak ini sukanya kalau lihat gambar atau dengerin penjelasan atau suka sambil bergerak gitu. Learning habit-nya seperti apa? Apakah dia anak yang senang belajarnya di dalam ruangan, di luar ruangan ya, atau dalam kondisi seperti apa? Kemudian kesulitan belajarnya seperti apa juga. Nah, ketika orang tua sudah tahu 3 hal ini, maka orang tua bisa mengkondisikan ya, anak dalam posisi belajar, dalam suasana belajar yang jauh lebih menyenangkan. Okay, the importance of parental engagement. We see that the rich home learning environment, which consists of plenty learning resources and constructive support by parent, is essential to academic and social development in children. Jadi suasana belajar rumah, lingkungan belajar di rumah yang kaya, ya, yang terdiri dari berbagai macam resources, sumber-sumber belajar, dan adanya support dari orang tua itu sangat penting bagi anak ya untuk mencapai perkembangan akademis dan perkembangan sosial yang mantap. Nah, jadi orang tua itu perlu betul-betul merencanakan bagaimana dia memperlakukan anak di rumah ketika belajar, bagaimana kondisi yang sesuai untuk pembelajaran anak, apa yang menjadi kebutuhan anak selama belajar. Mungkin punya beberapa anak, satu anak dengan anak lainnya bisa jadi punya kebutuhan belajar yang beda, gaya belajar yang beda, ya, sumber belajar yang beda. Itu semuanya harus dipikirkan oleh orang tua. The other one is children whose parents are engaged, enthusiastic, and ready to learn. They learn to be responsible and organized, so they are able to do the task according to the timetable. Jadi anak-anak itu kalau orang tuanya terlibat dalam pembelajaran, ya, orang tuanya memperlihatkan antusiasme dan siap juga untuk belajar bersama-sama dengan anak, anak malah sebaliknya akan memperlihatkan sikap bertanggung jawab dan juga akan lebih organized, lebih terorganisir kegiatannya, sehingga mereka siap kalau mulai waktu belajar itu jam berapa, mereka siap-siap dari pagi, kemudian setelah ini nanti ada kegiatan apa, ya gitu ya. Karena mereka tahu orang tuanya juga memperlihatkan antusiasme dan semangat belajar yang sama dengan mereka. The other one is parents with authoritative foster patterns show warm support and emotion. These qualities contribute in child learning achievement. Orang tua dengan pola asuh otoritatif ya, memperlihatkan warm support, jadi dukungan dan kehangatan dan kondisi emosi yang menyenangkan buat anak. Nah, kondisi ini memberikan anak kesempatan untuk bisa berprestasi, minimal bisa menikmati kegiatan belajar. Jadi orang tua yang otoritatif, ya, demokratis, selalu mengajak anak ngobrol, mendengarkan apa yang dirasakan oleh anak, ya, memenuhi kebutuhan belajar anak, ini sangat penting supaya anak-anak bisa belajar dengan nyaman. Parental engagement enhances educational performance. Children turn out to be concentrated in their school work. Jadi orang tua, pada akhirnya orang tua yang terlibat langsung dalam pembelajaran anak itu akan meningkatkan kemampuan atau performa belajar anak. Anak-anak akan jadi mampu berkonsentrasi selama belajar, ya, sehingga hasil belajarnya pun the academic achievement from children are getting better. Okay. I make my presentation short, so this is the end of my presentation. Parents' greatest contribution to the universe may not something they do, but someone they raise. Jadi kontribusi, sumbangan terbaik orang tua kepada dunia ini, ya, kepada alam semesta ini, bisa jadi bukan apa yang mereka lakukan, tapi dari seseorang yang mereka asuh, mereka besarkan, yaitu anak-anak mereka. Artinya pekerjaan paling mulia bagi seseorang ketika dia sudah dianugerahi oleh anak itu adalah menjadi orang tua, ya. Dengan mendidik anak sebaik-baiknya, dengan menjadi orang tua yang responsif terhadap kebutuhan anak, menjadi orang tua yang terlibat dalam pendidikan anak, bisa jadi that's the best contribution that one parent can have. Okay, that's all. Thank you. I turn back to the moderator, Mrs. Yeni.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Ria Novianti. I think there are so many. Oh, there are questions from Khairia Khadijah. Apa kata dia? Oh, Khairia Khadijah, please speak directly to Ria Novianti. Khairia Khadijah, can you hear me?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Speak English, nggak apa-apa ya? Speak Indonesia.
It's okay, no problem.
Terima kasih Bu Ria, materi yang disampaikan. Mungkin ada 2 pertanyaan terkait dengan materi yang disampaikan. Pertama, yaitunya bagaimana komunikasi benang merah antara orang tua dengan guru tersendiri terkait dengan belajar di rumah itu sendiri. Karena kita nggak bisa tuntut kemungkinan guru dituntut dengan kurikulum yang ingin dicapai, sedangkan orang tua dituntut dengan faktornya banyak, di antara ekonomi, kemudian kondisi anaknya dan lain halnya. Jadi bagaimana komunikasi yang efektif yang dirasa perlu di antara orang tua dengan guru. Pertanyaan yang kedua terkait dengan SFH Advent tadi itu Bu, adanya positif bahwasanya kedekatan dengan si anak itu semakin lebih paham karakter anak, semakin lebih dekat dengan anak. Cuman yang menjadi pertanyaan untuk Ibu atau materi terkait bagaimana dengan anak yang terbentuk karakter mental yang tidak mandiri, karena banyaknya tugas yang orang tua yang mengerjakan, kemudian orang tua yang tipe memanjakan anaknya. Sedangkan kalau untuk mental anak yang kurang mandiri itu akan berpengaruh untuk proses perkembangannya. Nah, mungkin itu yang pertanyaannya, Bu.
Oke, terima kasih Khadijah ya. Khairia Khadijah.
Iya.
Langsung Bu Ria, apa kita tampung dulu?
Langsung ya.
Oke.
Bu Yeni ya. Baik, Waalaikumsalam. I will answer it in Indonesia. Is it okay? Oke. Khairia Khadijah, II ya. Oke. Ada 2 hal yang ditanyakan. Yang pertama adalah benang merah komunikasi bagaimana antara guru dan orang tua. Karena di guru dia punya tuntutan kurikulum. Sementara orang tua juga punya kondisi tertentu di rumah yang membatasi kemampuan orang tua untuk melayani kebutuhan belajar anak di rumah, gitu ya, kurang lebih ya. Oke, ketika kita sebagai orang tua punya keterbatasan, apakah bekerja, kemudian apakah bekerja di kantor atau bekerja di rumah, atau juga punya kegiatan-kegiatan lain yang membuat kita tidak bisa mendampingi anak secara langsung, maka yang harus kita lakukan adalah jangan lupa anak juga sangat butuh mengikuti kegiatan belajar di sekolah. Nah, komunikasinya adalah kita harus secara intens itu berhubungan langsung sama guru. Biasanya ada grup ya, ada grup kelas. Kalau di PAUD, di TK itu biasanya ada grup kelas. Nah, di grup kelas ini nanti guru biasanya akan menginformasikan kegiatan-kegiatan anak. Bisa jadi malam sebelum, misalnya sekarang hari Rabu ya, hari Rabu, biasanya tadi malam itu guru sudah menyampaikan kegiatan untuk hari Rabu apa saja. Nah, misalnya orang tua punya halangan di hari tersebut, maka sampaikan kepada guru apakah tidak bisa menemani anak atau mungkin anak tetap belajar Ibu, tapi saya titipkan di rumah tantenya, ya, atau kondisinya seperti apa. Itu diinformasikan karena supaya guru tahu ini anak ini tidak mengikuti kegiatan, apa alasannya, ya. dia belum selesai bikin tugas, kenapa gitu loh. Biasanya kalau guru di level PAUD itu tingkat toleransinya memang lebih tinggi. Karena seperti yang disampaikan tadi, dalam kondisi ini meskipun dia memiliki tuntutan kurikulum, ada standar yang harus dipenuhi, cuma memang guru juga paham bahwa kondisi belajar di rumah ini beda dengan kondisi belajar di sekolah. Bahkan supaya orang tua bisa lebih santai sebenarnya, jangan terlalu tinggi standarnya, jangan disamakan standar anak belajar langsung di sekolah dengan standar anak belajar di rumah. Ya pasti beda, kondisinya juga beda. Gitu ya, itu soal komunikasi. Yang kedua adalah terkait dengan karena belajar di rumah anaknya lebih manja dan kurang mandiri. Ini tergantung dari orang tua sebenarnya. Kalau orang tua dari awal memang sudah memanjakan anak, jadi tidak terlalu mengembangkan kemandirian pada anak, ini sebenarnya adalah saat untuk bisa mulai mengajarkannya. Jadi orang tua harus konsisten apa yang mau diajarkan pada anak. Kalau anaknya manja, ya memang gini, masalahnya adalah ketika anak terus dengan orang tua, itu biasanya akan lebih sulit dikendalikan dibandingkan dengan anak dengan gurunya langsung. Karena orang tua di rumah itu dalam punya banyak perasaan dibandingkan guru. Kemudian anak juga merasa bahwa orang tua adalah orang yang paling bisa dijadikan tempat untuk mencurahkan perasaan yang sebenarnya gitu ya. Ada anak yang di sekolahnya anteng saja, pas sampai di rumah ternyata dia anak yang ceriwis, ya, banyak maunya, ya, banyak menuntut. Tapi kalau di sekolah dia tidak memperlihatkan kondisi seperti itu. Nah, orang tua ya perlu konsisten dalam menunjukkan perilaku apa yang diinginkan dari anak dan menunjukkan bagaimana seharusnya anak berperilaku pada situasi tertentu. Ya, jangan sampai nanti tugas-tugas anak misalnya dia disuruh buat apa ya? Kadang-kadang suka cooking kalau di sekolah ya, misalnya bikin apa namanya? Pisang coklat misalnya gitu. Bikin makanan tertentu. Nah nanti orang tua yang bikin, yang ngerjain. Nanti orang tua juga yang videoin. Oke videoinnya nggak apa-apa orang tua. Tapi dari persiapan yang dilaksanakan untuk sebuah kegiatan, libatkan anak di dalamnya. Sehingga pelan-pelan kemandiriannya bisa terbentuk. Ya, dan itu harus dilaksanakan secara konsisten. Sehingga mudah-mudahan sikap manja, kemudian apa lagi? Kurang mandiri dari anak, itu bisa berkurang pelan-pelan dan bisa menjadi anak yang lebih mandiri dan less spoil gitu loh. Lebih agak berkurang kemancaannya. Gitu ya. Oke. Khairia.
Ya Bu, terima kasih. Intinya harus ada konsistensi dan keterbukaan ya Bu ya di antara komunikasi orang tua dengan murid.
Betul. Bahkan di level PAUD ini komunikasinya bahkan harus lebih intens. Karena memang kita sangat tergantung dengan guru sekarang. Guru yang bisa menjadi partner kita supaya proses pembelajaran anak ini berjalan dengan lancar. Guru yang kasih instruksi, orang tua yang nemenin anak belajar di rumah. Nah, jadi antara guru dan kita sebagai mitra, sebagai partner should have a very good communication. Ya, harus benar-benar bagus komunikasinya supaya pembelajaran anak ini berjalan sesuai dengan harapan dan juga sejalan dengan standar yang sudah ditetapkan dalam rencana pembelajaran yang ditetapkan oleh guru.
Ya, oke Bu, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih jawabannya. Sekarang ini pertanyaan dari Putri Ratih, Ibu Riana Fianti, yang dia bertanya salah satu keuntungan dari school from home ini ada hubungan yang hangat antara orang tua dengan anak, tapi sebaliknya orang tua stres ya, akhirnya emosi negatif yang dirasakan oleh anak. Bagaimana cara mengatasi hal tersebut? Ini kayaknya saya juga mengalami di Bu Riana Fianti.
Oke, saya langsung jawab ya Bu Yeni ya. Waalaikumsalam Mbak Putri Ratih ya dari Jakarta ya. Memang tadi kita bilang SFH itu ada keuntungannya itu closer and warm relationship. Jadi lebih terjadi hubungan yang hangat dan dekat antara orang tua dan anak. Tapi memang tentunya itu tidak dirasakan oleh semua ya. Karena ada saja nanti permasalahan-permasalahan tiap hari yang membuat orang tua yang awalnya moodnya bagus, kemudian jadi panas. Nih kan ceritanya panas nih, stres dan panas gitu loh. Nah, dari apa yang sudah dilaksanakan oleh banyak orang tua selama ini, memang salah satu yang bisa dilakukan adalah supaya nggak stres, yang pertama adalah bikin planning bersama-sama dengan anak. Jadi malam sebelum kegiatan belajar akan dilaksanakan besok paginya, itu orang tua dapat ngobrol dulu dengan anak. Biasanya kan guru sudah punya schedule, mau ngapain saja untuk kegiatan hari berikutnya. Kalau belum dikirim sama orang tua, seperti pertanyaan sebelumnya, komunikasikan, Ibu besok kegiatannya apa, biar nanti malam saya bisa sampaikan ke anak saya, supaya anak saya lebih siap untuk kegiatan belajar besok, gitu misalnya. Jadi dibicarakan dulu bersama dengan anak, apa saja. Dek, besok yang pertama jam segini kita mulai kegiatan ini ya, gitu ya. Kemudian nanti setelah itu ini, setelah itu. Jadi dibahas apa-apa yang akan dilakukan bersama dengan anak ketika pembelajaran online di hari berikutnya. Itu terus gitu ya. Minimal anak sudah dapat informasi mengenai kegiatannya. Jadi anak bisa lebih siap. Ketika anak lebih siap, biasanya
Iya, saya lupa nada hijaznya.
Mengganggu kegiatan belajar itu bisa berkurang. Gitu ya. Kemudian orang tua juga harus memanage waktunya. Jadi misalnya ibunya, si ibu besok pagi itu harus pergi ke suatu tempat untuk mengurus, misalnya mau ngurus SIM, mau ngurus apa gitu, atau mau vaksinasi misalnya gitu ya. Nah, dari malam sebelumnya kalau sudah tahu ada kegiatan-kegiatan yang akan dilaksanakan, kemudian tidak bisa mendampingi anak secara full, ya, karena nanti kalau misalnya paginya baru disampaikan ke anak, itu bisa jadi chaos, bisa jadi kacau, ya. Anak marah karena orang tuanya pergi, nggak nemenin belajar dan segala macam. Nah, itu nanti akan membuat situasi jadi tidak menyenangkan. Nah, orang tua pun selain tadi kan kita bahas soal anak nih, orang tua pun juga harus punya planning yang dibuat sebelumnya dan dikomunikasikan pada anak. Sampaikan kepada anak apa saja yang akan dilakukan oleh orang tua besok. Besok pagi mama akan pergi ini. Kamu akan belajar ditemani kakak misalnya gitu. Nah, nanti mama akan pulang jam segini, nanti kita bisa sama-sama selesaikan kalau misalnya ada tugas atau misalnya ada materi yang mau kita ulang gitu ya. Kamu nanti mau dibacain buku lagi tentang materi tertentu, nanti kita bisa lakukan sekitar jam berapa gitu loh. Jadi memang planning antara orang tua dan anak. Yang lain adalah jangan terlalu samakan standar antara belajar offline langsung tatap muka dengan belajar online di rumah. Belajar di online ini walaupun sulit ya harus dilakukan, tapi memang tidak akan sebaik pelaksanaan pembelajaran tatap muka. Sebenarnya mungkin anak punya kelakuan perilaku yang kurang menyenangkan ketika belajar online karena sebenarnya dia stres juga. Ya, kita pun kalau kelamaan duduk depan laptop, ini dari tadi pagi ya, Bu Yeni ya, dari jam 8 kita sudah mulai, sekarang sudah menjelang jam setengah 12. Ini pun sebenarnya di antara kita ada yang sudah cukup resah untuk mengikuti kegiatan ini. Ya, benar ya. Nah, sama anak juga gitu. Itu sebenarnya mungkin bisa jadi sebagai bentuk respon dia terhadap rasa tidak nyaman yang dia miliki. Bisa jadi juga pada beberapa anak, dia pengen tapi yang ditemui di rumah itu kalau enggak ibunya, ayahnya, atau adik kakaknya. Dia juga pengen berteman, pengen main sama teman-temannya di sekolah, sebaya sama dia. Dan tidak semua anak terpenuhi kebutuhan itu. Kebanyakan kita tinggal di komplek perumahan yang kadang-kadang semuanya tutup pintu saja sepanjang hari. Cuma akan keluar rumah kalau ada kegiatan tertentu. Anak-anak nggak punya kesempatan main bersama dengan teman-teman sebaya. Itu juga bisa menimbulkan stres. Jadi orang tua perlu memahami kondisi ini. Anak dalam kondisi yang berbeda dengan pembelajaran offline. Supaya anak lebih tenang, salah satu caranya adalah ajak anak pergi main keluar, salurkan energinya ya. Carikan kegiatan-kegiatan sesuai dengan minatnya, buat dia asik dengan berbagai macam kegiatan. Anak saya juga sempat seperti ini. Ya. Bahkan dia belajar online itu, dia belajar di pos ronda. Pas saya lihat, di capture sama gurunya, dikirim ke saya, kan saya stres tuh. Loh ini kok di samping anak saya tercapture foto satpam. Ya, setelah saya bahas ternyata dia bilang, saya nggak punya teman ngobrol, Bun. Itu anaknya emang udah gede ya. Tapi ya kurang lebih lah. Anak PAUD juga seperti itu. Apalagi kalau anak usia dini kadang-kadang untuk mengekspresikan apa yang dia rasakan, itu kemampuannya masih terbatas. Carikan kegiatan-kegiatan yang bisa membuat anak tersalurkan energinya, tersalurkan minatnya gitu ya. Sehingga sikap belajarnya kita harapkan bisa lebih positif. Mungkin itu Bu Yeni dan Mbak Putri.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Riani Fanti. Pertanyaan terakhir ya teman-teman dan peserta semuanya. Ini dari Anayanti Rahmawati. Pertanyaannya bagaimana menyiapkan kesiapan sekolah secara sosial emosional karena saat BDR anak minim interaksi dengan teman sebaya. Mungkin tadi hampir sama dengan jawaban yang tadi disampaikan oleh Bu Ria, enggak? Oke, silakan Bu Ria.
Oke, dari siapa? Mbak
Dari Anayanti Rahmawati. Ini pertanyaan terakhir ya Bu ya. Oke, silakan Bu.
Bagaimana menyiapkan kesiapan sekolah secara sosial emosional? Karena saat BDR anak minim interaksi dengan teman sebaya. Ya, kurang lebih ya. Tadi sudah agak disinggung juga di jawaban sebelumnya yang pertanyaan dari Mbak Putri. Sekarang Mbak Anayanti menanyakan bagaimana anak, mungkin gini ya, bagaimana anak bisa tetap berkembang kemampuan sosial emosionalnya selama proses belajar dari rumah. Ini kan sudah setahun ya anak-anak menjalani kegiatan belajar di rumah. Nah memang karena memang tidak ada teman dan orang tua biasanya cukup protektif untuk membiarkan anak bermain bersama dengan teman-teman sebaya pada saat-saat sekarang ini, maka yang bisa dilakukan adalah orang tua yang harus menjadi pengganti. Ya, menjadi pengganti teman anak. Ya, kalau nggak bisa ketika jam kerja, maka setelah pulang kerja, orang tua perlu fokus untuk ngobrol dengan anak, membacakan buku cerita, bermain dengan anak, supaya kebutuhan anak untuk bisa ngobrol, untuk bisa main, walaupun tidak dengan teman sebayanya, memang pasti asiknya main dengan orang tua, dengan asiknya main dengan teman sebaya kan pasti beda ya. Nah tapi setidaknya kebutuhan anak untuk bisa berinteraksi dengan orang lain itu terpenuhi. Nah, tiap kali nanti anak bertemu dengan orang lain, ya, ajarkan anak untuk menyapa, untuk berbicara secara sopan dengan orang lain. Kan walaupun kita BDR, tapi masih terbuka kemungkinan untuk bertemu dengan orang lain ya, karena sekarang sebagian besar wilayah di Indonesia tidak sedang lockdown, ya, cuma harus menjalani protokol new normal saja. Nah, kalau bertemu dengan orang lain apa yang harus dilakukan dan segala macam. Kalau memang memungkinkan bermain dalam kelompok kecil yang kita yakin semua anak-anak dalam kelompok kecil itu dalam kondisi sehat dan tetap diawasi, kegiatan bermainnya juga masih bisa dilakukan. Ya, yang pasti tiap kali anak berinteraksi dengan kita, ya, apakah sebagai guru atau sebagai orang tua atau sebagai anggota keluarga juga sebagai orang-orang yang ada di lingkungan sekitar anak, maka anak perlu untuk diajarkan secara langsung mengenai adab tadi. Bagaimana cara bertegur sapa dengan teman seusia, bagaimana bertegur sapa dengan yang lebih tua, ya, sehingga walaupun dalam kondisi harus sedikit mengurangi interaksi sosial dengan banyak orang, kemampuan sosial emosional anak itu tidak mundur ataupun tidak terlalu jauh berbeda dengan kondisi di mana anak sedang melaksanakan kegiatan sekolah secara normal, ya, secara offline dan bisa bertemu dengan banyak orang. Jadi tetap gunakan kesempatan-kesempatan tiap kali anak bertemu dengan orang lain, maka ajarkan anak untuk menyapa, ajarkan anak untuk bertegur sapa dengan cara yang tepat dan sopan. Oke, that's all, Mrs. Yeni.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Riana Fianti. Seluruh sesi dari webinar ini sudah selesai. 4 speaker kita sudah menyampaikan materinya, kemudian juga sesi tanya jawab juga sudah selesai. saat ini kami akan menyampaikan siapa nama-nama yang berhasil mendapatkan souvenir kita hari ini. Untuk mengingatkan kembali kepada semua peserta bahwa pada hari ini kita memiliki 5 door prize, 5 buku dari Prenada Media Group yang merupakan sponsor webinar kita hari ini. Kita akan menggunakan aplikasi Pick Name Wheel ya. Oke. Name Picker Wheel. Oke, silakan Pak Zaldi. Ada 5 buku yang harus kita bagikan hari ini kepada peserta yang aktif menyampaikan pertanyaannya pada kegiatan hari ini. Kita akan pilih nama-nama sudah bisa dilihat di layar masing-masingnya Bapak dan Ibu. Baik yang bertanya langsung maupun yang langsung di chat box ya. Oke. Please Jaldi. Silakan dimulai. Ini nama-namanya ibu-ibu ya. Bapak dan Ibu, sorry. Kita mulai. Oke. Yang pertama ya, siapa nih? 1, 2, 3. Pemenang pertama adalah Khairia Khadijah. You adalah lucky number 1 ya. Oke, Khairia Khadijah. Ya, Anda mendapatkan buku.
Oke, terima kasih.
Sama-sama bukunya yang mana? Mana saja. Oke. Khairia mendapatkan 1 door prize. Terima kasih. Next lagi Bapak Zaldi. Finally Khairia ya. The second door prize for okay. The next winner is the second winner. Okay. 1, 2, 3 spin. Deng. The winner is Anayanti Rahmawati. Ya, selamat ya Anayanti. Sudah mendapat Anayanti Rahmawati. Udah. Ya, halo Anayanti. Can you hear me clearly? Dengar suara Ibu Anayanti? Halo? Mungkin. Oke, lanjut. Pemenang kedua adalah Anayanti. Next. Bagi pemenang nanti silakan hubungi panitia ya. Putri Rati. Oke. Pemenang ketiga adalah Putri Rati.
Alhamdulillah.
Selamat ya.
Ya, terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Oke, next yang keempat. Zulkifli Nurdin. Wah, selamat Pak. Selamat kepada Pak Zulkifli Nurdin mendapatkan door prize kita yang keempat.
Wah, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, next, the last winner is Oh no. It's not fair gitu kan. The last winner is Lutfiatun Nisa. Congratulations for you Lutfiatun Nisa. Oke. Seluruh sesinya sudah selesai Bapak dan Ibu peserta webinar. Kita sudah mendapatkan 5 pemenang. Acara selanjutnya adalah pembacaan doa yang kali ini akan dipandu oleh Gus Dur. Silakan Gus Dur.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelum kita berdoa, terlebih baik kita beristighfar kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Semoga pada kegiatan kita pada hari ini mendapatkan keridhaan darinya. Astaghfirullahalazim. Astaghfirullahalazim. Astaghfirullahalazim alladzi la ilaha illa huwal qayyum la tubu ilaih. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافي مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك على كل شيء قدير اللهم ربنا تقبل منا صلاتنا وصيامنا وركوعنا وسجودنا وقعودنا وتضرعنا وتوسعنا وتعبدنا وتمم تقصيرنا يا الله يا رب العالمين ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا من ذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, so thank you for the prayers, Mr. Gusdur. That concludes our seminar for today. Would like to say thank you very much for all speakers for today's webinar and also for all participants for joining us until the last sessions for today. And we are really sorry for our mistakes. On behalf of the committee, we would like to see you again in another webinar. So, okay, everyone. Okay, so okay. For your certificates will be sent to you so your email that you use for the registration. Okay, you can register to the link shared by Mr. Febri. Okay, so only those who confirm the attendance after the prayers. Okay, everyone. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, and see you in another webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, Coach.
Waalaikumsalam.